Good evening. Welcome to the Torrance City Council meeting for June 8th, 2021. Call the meeting to order and ask our clerk for a roll call, please.
Councilmember Ashcraft,
Here.
Councilmember Chen,
Present.
Councilmember Griffiths,
Here.
Councilmember Kalani,
Present.
Councilmember Matucci,
Here.
Mayor Fury.
Here. The council will now recess to closed session to confer with the city manager and city attorney on the agenda matters listed under 14A, conference with labor negotiator, 14B, conference with legal counsel existing litigation, 14C, threat to public services or facilities, and 14D, conference with legal counsel anticipated litigation. A closed session on these matters is authorized by California Government Code Section 54957.6, 54956.9D1, 54957, and 54956.9D2. We will return at 7 p.m.
Thank you, Honor. There's nothing to report.
Thank you all for joining us tonight. We're quickly approaching the summer break with some schools already out of session. As the kids are released from school, I want to remind everyone to be cautious of their driving, as we may see more kids playing outside during the summer. You may also be aware that Torrance Unified School District announced that students will return for in-person, all-day, 5-day-a-week instruction in the fall on August 26, 2021. And I know all the parents and the children are excited about getting back to school and being home for the summer already. So be careful out there. For a list of frequently asked questions and to enroll your student in school, visit tusd.org. I know many of you are excited about the return of the city's 4th of July fireworks show next month. This year, there will be no formal gathering organized by the city. Instead, we ask that you enjoy the fireworks safely, celebrate responsibly, and please follow all Los Angeles County public health orders. As public and private gatherings protocols continue to change, we ask you to visit torranceca.gov or subscribe to Torrance Alerts for the latest information. Torrance Fire Department wants to remind our residents that possession and use of any fireworks are considered illegal and against the law in the city of Torrance. In addition to preventing fire hazards and injuries, we ask that you be respectful of your neighbors. Frequently overlooked are the stress fireworks cause for children, pets, combat veterans, and those suffering from PTSD. Let's celebrate the holiday safely and respectfully. We continue to run our normal business for our residents and community to keep Torrance moving forward. It is important to us that you have an opportunity to voice your comments during this pandemic. Public emails will continue to have a deadline of 2 p.m. on the day of the council meeting you wish to comment on. Thank you to those of you who have met today's deadline. They have all been forwarded to council as supplemental material and will be entered into the public record. Any emails submitted after the deadline will still be added to the public record, and we'll get them to review. For those of you tuning in via Facebook, YouTube, live stream, or city cable, because of the challenges faced in this council format and in accordance with Government Code Section 54954.3A, we will now dedicate a single 60-minute comment period to hear the public on all agenda items, as well as for general orals by telephone call-in. The only exception to the 60-minute period is public hearings. Comments that are directly relevant to agenda-sized hearings will be taken as part of the actual hearing. You may participate by calling in to the public input hotline. The number is 310-618-2404, and that will be displayed on the screen. Please be patient when calling in. Be aware that our call center is very busy taking multiple phone calls, seemingly at the same time. So you may get a busy signal when you're calling in. If this is the case, please try calling back in a moment or two. City Clerk, have emails received before 2 o'clock today been processed as supplemental material and provided to the council?
Yes, Your Honor, they have.
Well, thank you. Then the next item on the agenda will be a flag salute led by Councilmember Chen, followed by an invocation by me. Please stand.
Please face the flag and join me in the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We ask that the Torrance community come into a closer understanding of the ways we can help support and lift one another up. In this time of darkness, let us choose to see the light and be the light for others. Let us pray for those who have lost someone or are currently battling coronavirus. Let us pray for all of the medical professionals who have cared for and treated so many of our loved ones in the last 18 months. Lastly, we ask for greater happiness, health, and safety for all of our city, region, and country, because we will soon recover from this pandemic and be back to normal. Amen. Take a report with the city clerk on the posting agenda.
Your Honor, this agenda was posted on Thursday, June 3rd.
Thank you. I'll take a motion to waive further reading.
Move to waive further readings.
I second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Announcement of withdrawn, deferred, and/or supplemental items.
Thank you, Your Honor. Adam Chapartin, City Manager. There are supplemental materials available online on the city website at torranceca.gov for the following items. Item 6C, proclamation declaring June 2021 as LGBTQ Pride Month. Item 6D, appoint members to fill commission vacancies. Item 7, oral communications. Item 9C, discuss and provide directions to city clerk on filling unexpired at-large term of Councilmember Tim Goodrich. And lastly, item 10A, consider appeal of traffic commission approval to install centerline striping on Calle de Arboles from Via Alameda to Via Calusa on a trial basis. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Community Matters, Resolution 6A. May we have a number and title, please?
Your Honor, this is resolution number 2021-49, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, honoring Councilman Tim Goodrich for his many years of dedicated service to the community.
I move to adopt Resolution 2021-49.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. That resolution will be presented at a later date. Item 6B, may we have a number and title?
Yes, Your Honor, this is resolution number 2021-50, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, honoring Darren Lee McClelland upon his retirement from the city after nearly 35 years of service.
Thank you. And take a personal privilege, I'm going to read Darren's resolution, I'm sorry. Whereas Darren McClellan was hired as a part-time coach for the youth sports section of the City of Torrance Community Services Department, formerly known as the Parks and Recreation Department, in January of 1982. After successfully completing this first assignment, Darren went on to work in the adult softball programs and refereed youth sports. And whereas on August 3rd, 1986, Darren began his full-time career as a recreation coordinator and was promoted to a recreation supervisor in 1990. This title was revised in the late 1990s to senior recreation supervisor in order to better reflect the job responsibilities of this position. And whereas during his tenure with the city, Darren was the senior supervisor for the Cultural Services Program for 17 years. While there, Darren was responsible for a wide variety of projects, including the relocation and computerization of the registration operations, the management of marketing for the department, and he was the principal player in the conception of the Torrance Theater Company and the Torrance Art Museum, formerly known as the Joslin Fine Arts Center. And whereas in 2008, Darren returned to the Recreation Services Division to oversee youth sports, aquatics, early childhood education, various volunteer coaches, and several special events, such as the Aquacade, Major League Baseball pitch, hit, and run, employee health fair, and during the COVID-19 pandemic, helped to manage and implement the Torrance Cares to Go food assistance program. And whereas, while with the city, Darren received his Bachelor of Science degree in Organizational Leadership in 2002 from Biola University in La Mirada, and was very involved in several professional organizations during his career: California Parks and Recreation Society, Bay Area Municipal Athletic Association, Southern California Municipal Athletic Federation, National Alliance for Youth Sports, and Southern California Public Pool Operators Association. And whereas Darren received several awards from the City of Torrance, including the Community Service Department Service Award, multiple Spot Awards, and Employee of the Year Award, from the Southern California Municipal Athletic Federation, Darren was recognized with an Outstanding Service Award, and in 2020, he was instrumental in earning the City of Torrance the designation of Better Sports for Kids Quality Program Provider. And whereas, throughout his extended career with the City of Torrance, Darren gave the highest level of professional service to his department and was well liked and respected by his colleagues and staff. He has had a profound impact on the quality of life for countless members of the Torrance community and has served them well. Now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Torrance does hereby commend, honor, and congratulate Darren Lee McClellan for his dedication, professionalism, and contributions to the City of Torrance while in our employ. And be it further resolved that Darren be wished a full and rewarding life in his retirement years. Introduced, approved, and adopted this 8th day of June, 2021. Congratulations, Darren. I believe you're on the line.
I am. Thank you, Honorable Mayor and City Council, for this opportunity to speak before you tonight. I've been blessed to have worked for this fine city since I was 16 years old. Tonight is my opportunity to say thank you to so many who made that possible. First, I want to thank my loving parents who supported me when I told them I wanted to get a job working for Parks and Rec. I want to thank the thousands of volunteers who have worked with me during this time. Without volunteers, many of the programs I was responsible for would not have existed. They took time away from their families and their friends to serve this great community. I've had the opportunity to hire close to 1,000 part-time employees over the years, and I want to thank them for being the face of our organization to the community. Without their commitment, desire to serve, our programs would not have grown to the size that they did. I want to thank the full-time employees who worked for me to do all the behind-the-scenes work to make these programs run so very well. They brought so much knowledge, insight, and pride to their work. I never would have lasted this long without them. I want to thank all my coworkers and the superiors for their support, knowledge, and guidance over the years. The City of Torrance has been fortunate to have them on their team. I want to thank all the mayors, the city council members, the commissioners, the city staff that I've had the privilege to work with these last 39 and a half years. Their guidance has been greatly appreciated. In addition, I want to thank the citizens of Torrance for being so supportive of our department programs over the years. But last and most importantly, Your Honor, I want to thank the love of my life, my wife, who I met working here at the city. She has stood by me these last 22 years, always willing, excuse me, always willing to listen and wanting to help in any way possible. Kendra, I love you, sweetheart. I'm so blessed to spend the rest of my life with you. Thank you all, and may God bless you and your families. Thank you.
Thank you, Darren, for all of your service to our great community. Our community has been better because of the effort that you put in, and we're very appreciative of that. Now,
It's been a great honor.
Councilmember Ashcraft wants to make it official.
I do, thank you. I move that we adopt resolution number 2021-50.
I'll second that.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. And Darren, I think we all voted yes on that reluctantly, just knowing that's what you wanted. Take care.
Very kind of you. Thank you so much.
Move on. Item 6C is a proclamation. Could we have, oh, there is no number entitled. This is a proclamation declaring June 2021 as LGBTQ Pride Month in the City of Torrance. Councilmember Kalani, would you do the honor?
Thank you, Mayor. Whereas the month of June marks the beginning of Pride Month and the historic anniversary of the Stonewall Rebellion on June 28, 1969, one of the first LGBTQ+ queer uprisings against routine police harassment and brutality. Out of this resistance, the LGBTQ rights movement in America was born. We understand the reality that diversity, equity, and inclusion have not yet been fully achieved for all. And whereas the fight for dignity and equality for LGBTQ people is reflected in the tireless dedication of advocates and allies who strive to forge a more inclusive society by spurring sweeping progress of changing hearts and minds and by demanding equal treatment under our laws from our courts and in our politics. And whereas on June 20, 2021, President Joseph R. Biden Jr. issued an executive order preventing and combating discrimination on the basis of gender identity or sexual orientation, stating every person should be treated with respect and dignity and should be able to live without fear, no matter who they are or whom they love. and on March 31st, 2021, proclaiming the day as Transgender Day of Visibility to honor and celebrate the achievements and resiliency of transgender individuals and communities, recognizing their generations of struggle, activism, and courage. And whereas the City of Torrance is committed to the notion that all people should be treated fairly and with respect, champions of this cause at home and abroad are upholding the simple truth that lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and questioning LGBTQ rights are human rights, and we recognize that all people in our community, regardless of race, ethnicity, sexual orientation, gender identity, gender expression, sex, place of origin, age, religion, faith, spiritual affiliation, ability, size, and socioeconomic background, should feel both supported and valued by our community.
Now therefore, I, Patrick J. Fury, as mayor of the city of Torrance, California, do hereby proclaim the month of June 2021 as LGBTQ Pride Month in the city of Torrance, and I call upon all the residents of Torrance to eliminate prejudice everywhere it exists and to celebrate the great diversity of all American people. Signed this 8th day of June, 2021. I believe Mary Simum, the treasurer of the South Bay LGBTQ Center, is on the line.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Mary Simon, and I'm treasurer of the South Bay LGBTQ Plus Center in Torrance, California, friendly, beautiful Torrance. And we and our entire queer community want to thank you very much for this proclamation and for supporting our community and all of our efforts to support our community members and their family and friends and allies, especially during these very difficult times. We thank you so much.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you for all that you do at the center, and we appreciate your location in Torrance, taking care of our LGBTQ community.
Thank you.
And we move on to item 6D, and this is from the city clerk, to appoint members to fill commission vacancies. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Honor. It's the recommendation of the city clerk that city council review applications and appoint members to fill vacancies on the Airport Civil Service Commission on Aging, Cultural Arts, Environmental Quality and Energy Conservation, Historic Preservation, Library, Parks and Recreation, Planning, Social Services, Traffic, and Water Commissions from a list of qualified applicants and consider reappointments of eligible current commissioners. And the city clerk will administer the oath of office at a future date. And I believe we have pictures of the commissioners, and they'll be calling in to speak for one moment. First up is Abraham Bagari.
Abraham, are you on the line?
Yes, I'm on the line.
Your 1 minute starts now.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to express my interest in serving our city. My name is Abraham Bagari. I'm a senior attorney for the State Bar of California, where I prosecute attorneys for misconduct. Previously, I worked as an attorney for property management companies, served as a mediator, and clerked for the city attorney's office, where I helped Torrance city prosecutors with cases against criminal defendants. My wife, 2 young sons, and I live in the seaside neighborhood of Torrance, where I've been a resident for over 20 years. I applied to the following commissions: Environmental Quality and Energy Conservation, Civil Service, and Parks and Recreation. I applied to these because I'm always thinking of ways to improve our city and give back to it. I was born and raised in Torrance, attended Torrance schools, and want our city to always be a place where people live, visit, and do business. Keeping our neighborhood safe, clean, and green will draw families and businesses to it. Hiring the right staff and employees will keep our city strong, and ensuring we have enough park space and facilities will make it more enjoyable for everyone. If appointed to the commissions, I plan to use all of my skills to make that happen.
Next up is Ed Candiotti.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. This is Ed Candioti. I've had the great honor of being a Parks and Recreation Commissioner for the last 4 years, and it's my desire that I have the opportunity to continue with a second 4-year term for this great commission. As many of you well know, I was also a Cultural Arts Commissioner for 9 years prior, and as well as I continue to be the MC for the Excellence in Arts event that's taken place in the last 10 to 12 years. I've also had the opportunity to help in the design and creation of Seaside Heroes Park, as well as I spent 8 years working to get the amphitheater built and developed there at Wilson Park. Of course, I do know a number of you having been with these commissions for a number of years, but again, I want to express my desire.
Next up is Mark Choi.
Good evening, this is Mark Choi. I am married with 4 children, 3 daughters.
Mark, are you on the line?
I am on the line, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thanks. So this is Mark Choi. I am married with 4 children. I have 3 daughters and 1 son, ages 8 to 3. I have a long history with Torrance, having grown up nearby. I went to school nearby, grew up nearby, returned to Torrance once I had a family. I live in Torrance. I worked in Torrance for L3 Harris as a director of contracts. And I go to church in Torrance. So my life is heavily invested in Torrance. And so really just my application as commissioner was really just to get more involved in the community, just to serve in whatever ways I could. And so I thought applying to be a commissioner would be one of those ways. So personally, I believe I have a good background for it. My job is, basically to figure out difficult situations and figure out the best path forward. And I just appreciate having this opportunity to try to apply. And whatever commissions I do get appointed to, I just have the honor of serving in that commission in whatever way I could. Thank you for my consideration.
Next is Kathy Cohen.
Kathy, you're now unmuted. Your 1 minute begins now.
Hello?
Yes, Kathy, we can hear you. Kathy Cohen, are you on the line? Kathy Cohen, you are unmuted.
Hello?
Kathy Cohen, you are unmuted. Your 1 minute begins now. Kathy Cohen, are you on the line? City Clerk, it looks like Ms. Cohen is on the line. However, we're unable to hear her. Can we come back to her?
Yes. Next up is Charles Deemer.
Mr. Deemer, are you on the line?
Next is John DiRago.
Hello, good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. I believe I've had the opportunity, all of you, over my last 12 years of community service in the City of Torrance. I currently serve as the Vice Chair of the Airport Commission and just finished my first term and would like to stay on with the Airport Commission. Prior to that, I served on 2 terms with the Torrance Cable Television Advisory Board and am a 47-year resident of Torrance since 3rd grade. I would like to continue the great work that the Airport Commission has been doing, and would love to continue to serve the city of Torrance in that capacity if so chosen by the City Council. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Next is Julie Dojiri.
Julie, are you on the line?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, you may begin now. Your 1 minute begins now. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Fury and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to address you. My name is Julie Dojiri, and I am seeking to serve a second term on the Commission on Aging. If appointed, I will continue my commitment to be an advocate for Torrance seniors. Thank you for your cooperation.
Next is Isaac Elizaldes.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. My name is Isaac Elizaldes. I'm 39 years old. I'm a healthcare benefits analyst and licensed insurance agent. Torrance has been my home for these past 10 years. I'm hoping to serve on the Parks and Recreation, Library, or Traffic Commissions. I grew up in the Parks and Rec system in my hometown of Pico Rivera, California. My father was a park supervisor, so I spent countless hours in the various programs and have a deep appreciation for the value they provide. I'd like to serve on the Parks and Rec Commission and be a part of that amazing experience for our community. Torrance also has a great library system. A librarian friend once said to me, "Libraries are a reflection of the people that they serve," meaning the library tailors itself to the needs of the community. Keeping this sentiment in mind, I'd like to serve on the Library Commission to tailor our libraries to the needs of Torrance residents. Lastly, I have also applied for the Traffic Commission. I'd like to help make Torrance a safer place for our fellow commuters, whether they be on 4 wheels or 2 wheels. Thanks very much for your time and consideration.
Next is Victoria Funes.
Victoria, are you on the line?
Next is Michael Gibson.
Michael Gibson, your 1 minute begins now.
Thank you. This is Michael Gibson. I'd like to thank the council, the mayor and city council for the opportunity to apply for 3 commissions. I applied for the Parks and Recreation Commission, the Traffic Commission, and the Cultural Arts Commission. And by way of experience, I have 37 years, actually. I'm retired after 37 years of public service for 4 cities in California. That would be Simi Valley, Oxnard, Santa Monica, and Rancho Palos Verdes, and also 2 counties, Santa Barbara County and Monterey County. And as far as my education goes, I have a bachelor's degree in political science with a concentration in public administration from Cal State Fullerton, and also a master's degree in public administration from Cal State Northridge. My experience, I think my strongest area is with Parks and Recreation. My experience is working as a business manager for the County of Santa Barbara Parks Department for over 15 years. I think makes me uniquely qualified.
Next up is Jimmy Gao.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jimmy Gao here in North Torrance for your consideration for civil service, planning, or reappointment to the Social Services Commission. I'm one of the original founding members of the then new Social Services Commission. In 2016, I was elected by my colleagues as the first chair of the commission and was reelected in 2017 and again in 2018. I am one of only 2 remaining members that participated in creating and presenting our work plan to the City Council for approval. That institutional memory may be an important factor in your decision, but I'm open to the discretion of your honorable body in filling a seat on planning or civil service with an experienced commissioner like myself. I'm available for questions, and I thank you for your consideration.
Next is Kay Grundhouse.
Mayor Fury and City Council, my name is Kay Grundhouse, and I am currently chair of the Commission on Aging. I would like to be reappointed to this commission. The last 4 years has been a wonderful learning experience. We have interesting and informative speakers at our meetings to encourage more seniors to attend. I want to continue with projects like our Older American Award and our involvement with the Youth Council and move forward by reaching out to other senior groups to help with their needs and more involvement with the youth of Torrance. Thank you.
Next is Marianne Hermada, and she has indicated she will not be calling in. Mia Higginbotham is the next applicant.
Good evening, Mayor. This is Mia. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Mia Higginbotham, and I applied for the Historic Preservation Commission, Parks and Recreation Commission, and Library Commission. I would like to share my reasonings for applying as a Historic Preservation Commissioner. First, my personal experience. For over 20 years, I have grown up in a historic house in the original Torrance tract and have actively helped restore it. My unique insight about restoring historic homes is distinctive. Second, my professional experience. I received a bachelor's degree in history and a master's degree in public administration. I was notably a survey and research team member that helped with the development of the historic preservation program established in the city today. Lastly, my aspirations. I hope to help represent the next generation of people residing in the city. My desire to educate the community about historic preservation using relevant media platforms provides a fresh and relatable approach. Torrance is my home, and I would be honored to be appointed as a Historic Preservation Commissioner. Thank you for your consideration.
Next is Raymond J.
Thank you, Mayor Fury, council members, fellow residents. My name is Raymond J. I appreciate the opportunity to be considered to serve on one of Torrance's local commission. I'm a proud Torrance resident for over 20 years who would like to help my community. I'm grateful for the opportunity to be considered to serve a second term on the Torrance Water Commission, or if needed, on one of the other Torrance local commissions. I've had the privilege of representing my neighborhood on the Torrance Water Commission for the past 4 years. I was elected by my fellow commissioners to serve as chairman of the commission. We've recently resumed commission meetings via video conferencing and have initiated review of the 2020 Urban Water Management Plan and expect to make recommendations to the council shortly. As described in my application, I have a Master's of Science degree in Environmental Science and Policy and over 30 years of experience working in water and environmental agencies. If appointed, I will listen to the city and community concerns, research innovative solutions to resolve concerns quickly, and develop thoughtful recommendations.
Next is Harry Kaplan.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm Harry Kaplan, a rising senior at South High School. I've served on the Torrance Youth Council for the past 3 years, and I would love to take a larger role in our community. I've applied for the Civil Service Commission, Environmental Quality and Energy Commission, and Parks and Recreation. I'd love to work with you guys. Thanks for the consideration, and I look forward to working with you guys in the future.
Next is David Kartsonis.
Honorable Mayor and City Council, I'm David Kartsonis. I guess I don't need to do my standard weekly disclosure given the purpose of this call. I'm seeking reappointment to the Planning Commission. I am a husband, father of 2 young children, Michael and Emily, and a small business owner. Before planning, I served on the Parks and Recreation Commission. As a planning commissioner, I appreciate the opportunity I've had to serve, and I've really enjoyed my time there. As you all know, it is a great experience to see the impact of your hard work, research, and ultimately the impact of your decisions on the city. I learned a tremendous amount about the inner workings of our city in this role and at the League of California Cities and Commissioner Academy. Promoting the orderly development of our community is important to me personally as a North Torrance homeowner and business owner. There are many pressures on the city to increase density at the local and state level, and I hope to continue my work finding creative solutions to ensure that we can address the needs of our current and future residents while remaining a truly balanced city. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Next is Dale Corman.
Mayor Fury, council members, my name is Dale Corman. Thank you for the opportunity to apply for a reappointment as a Torrance Commissioner, either in the Library or Parks and Rec. Proudly, I have already served out from both the Cable and Cultural Arts Commission and was appointed to the Commission on Aging when soon after my husband became ill and underwent heart surgery, and it was necessary to focus my efforts on his recovery, but unfortunately he passed away from cardiac arrest. But now I'm ready to move on And as a retired TUSD special ed teacher, my dedication to the importance of access to books makes me interested in the Library Commission. And as I was on the original committee for the creation of the amphitheater in Wilson Park, not to mention that since we became home owners in Torrance beginning in 1969, our children and grandchildren have enjoyed the parks in our community, and that is why I'm interested in Park and Rec Commission. Again, thank you for your consideration for reappointing me to continue to serve in Torrance. Thank you very much.
Next is Linda Kramer.
Thank you. I am Linda Kramer, and I'm asking for a second term on the Cultural Arts Commission. We're going through some very difficult times for the arts. The city of Torrance will weather this downturn, but some of the nonprofits will not survive without your support. No significant fundraising has been done by many of these groups during this last 15 months, and it can take several months to mount a campaign that will make a significant difference. Performance art, visual art, music, dance, all offer something for everyone. Please continue to do what you can to support these city programs. Thanks again for your consideration.
Next is Laura Lones.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to my application. I applied to serve on the Civil Service Commission, the Environmental Quality and Energy Conservation Commission, and the Parks and Rec Commission ranked in that order. I chose that ranking as I felt it reflected my most relevant experience in each subject area. However, it would be an honor and a privilege to serve on any commission. I would like to thank you each for the time you spent in reviewing the application submitted and weighing the experience of each candidate. From what I could see, many qualified people applied, which is great news for the city. Finally, I'd like to wish my fellow applicants good luck, and I look forward to seeing the results of their service, both now and in the future.
Next is Lori Love.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. This is Lori Love. As you know, I have served as the chairperson of the Centennial Committee, have served on the Parks and Recreation Commission, and recently the Strategic Planning Committee. It would be an honor to be selected to continue my service and commitment to our great city on either the Environmental Quality and Energy Conservation Commission, the Civil Service Commission, or the Library Commission. Thank you very much.
Next is Geneva Martin, who indicated she will not be calling in. After Geneva, the next applicant is Alan Masnick.
Good evening. My name is Alan Masnick. I've been a resident of Torrance since 2016 when we relocated here from Oklahoma for job opportunity. Please consider me to serve on either the Traffic, Water, or Environmental Quality Commissions. I believe Torrance is one of the finest communities of its size, certainly in California, and I would love to help make it an even better place to live. I applied for a position on a commission because I feel it is now, in light of recent past events in our country, my civic duty to begin to serve in local government and help keep Torrance heading in the right direction. I am confident that my recommendations to the City Council would be well balanced and pragmatic, using a common sense, fact-based approach with data to back them up. During my 40-year career as an engineer in the packaging industry, I gained what I feel is the necessary relevant experience to solve complex problems.
Next is Rosie Mayfield.
Rosie, are you on the line?
Next is Linda Milley.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. I'm Linda Mell, applying for the Parks and Recreation Commission.
My husband Stephen and I have lived in Torrance for 35 years in a house with a full view of Entradero Park. We are active users of the park and recreation amenities and have participated in a number of commission meetings and discussions regarding Entradero Park and other locations. In my profession as a construction management consultant, I have worked to design, build, operate, and maintain many indoor and outdoor community spaces and programs for cities and nonprofit agencies throughout Southern California. I've also led and been a part of many community input discussions and have helped many other cities achieve their community goals. I would very much like to bring my experience and enthusiasm for parks and recreations to my hometown of Torrance and to ensure that the next generations of residents that are arriving in our city continue to have access to a wide variety of recreation options that meet their needs. Thank you very much for your consideration, and take care, everyone.
Next is Tricia Minahan.
Hi, my name is Tricia Minahan. I'm applying for a spot on the Water Commission. I'm applying because this topic, water resources, water infrastructure has always been something I've been interested in, and the availability of this resource is changing rapidly. I believe that my background in geology and environmental education will be helpful. Thank you.
Next is Maureen O'Donnell.
Hello.
We can hear you.
This is Maureen O'Donnell.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hello, this is Maureen O'Donnell. I'm seeking reappointment to the Historic Preservation Commission. Property restoration is my great love, and for many years I renovated colonial, Art Deco, and mid-century modern properties. I served as historic consultant to property restoration companies, one in Palo Alto and one in Los Angeles. I see our goal is to acquaint the public with the historic value of our properties in this community and to appreciate our heritage architecturally and to maintain our neighborhoods as a prideful entity. There are so many aspects of our community that are worth preserving.
Next is Georgia Perkins, who also indicated she would not be calling in. Next is Dennis Piotrowski.
Hello, Mayor Fieri and Torrance City Council. My name is Dennis Piotrowski, and I appreciate your consideration for the Torrance Library Commission, the only commission I applied for. I'm a professional librarian with a master's degree in library and information science and have been employed in the field for 22 years. I also have a master's degree in history and have trained at the National Archives. I have worked with some of the staff of the Torrance Public Library in the past and know what a great library system Torrance has. Torrance is a wonderful place to live, and I'd be honored to serve the city as a library commissioner. Thank you for your consideration.
Next is Michelle Polcari, who indicated she's unable to call in. The next is Ryan Ruzon.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for considering. Good about not being able. Mr. Mayor, thank you for reiterating that in August.
Next is Andrea Riley.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. I'm Andrea Riley, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to apply for a commission. I've been a resident in Torrance for 36 years. I am interested in serving on the Civil Service, Environmental Quality, or the Library Commission. However, I'm open to serving where my skills best fit. I previously served as a commissioner on environmental quality and parks and recreation. So I'd like to thank you for your consideration of my application.
Next is Bill Reynolds.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I am Bill Reynolds, an applicant for reappointment to the Social Services Commission. I believe that during my previous term, I have brought new resources and solutions to the attention of city staff, and I have added to the conversation on the commission. I worked to help make the toiletry drive during COVID a success. I hope to be able to continue to support the efforts of the outreach worker and supplement the efforts of the city's homelessness response team in developing a plan for the unhoused that provides the number of beds the city needs to be able to make Torrance cleaner and safer. I hope to help make the city's upcoming Veterans Day event a success and add to the city's support for children with special needs and adults with developmental disabilities. Thank you for your consideration.
Next is Ron Riggs.
Good evening, Mayor, Fury, and City Council members. It's an honor to be here tonight. I'm currently a commissioner on the Historic Preservation. I moved to Torrance in the year 2000 and have had a small business here since 1991. I'm semi-retired right now, and I have a lot of time to devote to our great city. I applied for the Social Services Commission, where I think my skills are best used. I've also applied for the Parks and Recreation Commission, and I'm currently, like I said, on the Historic Commission. Some of my qualifications are I'm a real estate broker since 1991. I retired from Bank of America. I've been a head coach and an assistant coach for basketball in college, and also in Parks and Recreation in Gardena and Manhattan Beach. I'm currently the men's basketball assistant coach at Harbor College, and I'm also on their foundation as a treasurer and finance. I'm a board member right now at New Challenge Ministries at a local food bank that feeds the homeless and people in need, and many of these people are veterans. I've talked.
Next is Hannah Sasaki.
Hello, Mayor Fury and council members. My name is Hannah Sasaki. I applied for civil service, environmental and energy, and parks and recreation. It is my pleasure to be here tonight. I am the Army veteran's wife, mom, and paralegal. This is my third time being here. To give you an update, after the last meeting, I started volunteering for Torrance Educational Foundation. Everything else pretty much remains the same as you see on my application. I am excited that our businesses, schools, and recreational activities are opening up and our lives are going back to how it used to be, little by little. I hope to take a part in serving you all in this transitional phase. I thank you very much for your consideration.
Next is Ann Sansalone.
Ann, are you on the line?
Next is Camilla Safarian.
Camilla, are you on the line?
Yes.
Thank
you. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I have been a resident of Torrance for over 40 years. I enjoy my volunteer work and believe everyone should give back to their community in some way. I have had the pleasure of serving on the Library Commission for the past 4 years and have applied for the Civil Service, Environmental Quality and Energy Conservation, and Library Commissions. I look forward to continuing my service to the community on one of these commissions. Thank you for taking the time to review my application, speak with me, and I thank you for your consideration.
Next is Lucas Thomas.
Hi, my name is Lucas Toma. I'm 31. I'm applied to the Library and Environmental Quality Commissions. My wife Kate and I just moved to Torrance last summer, but this is where we plan to put down roots. We moved my parents in with us to help babysit when that time comes. I applied to the Library Commission because I believe libraries provide essential services to our community, especially the most vulnerable members. My first job was in a library at 17, and I continued that all the way through college and after until I went on active duty as an Army reservist in 2015. Every success I've had in my life and career has been because of a library, and I want to help bring that opportunity to others. I chose the Environmental Quality Commission because I also have a strong belief that cities like Torrance are unique in that they can try new policies and ideas in ways that larger metros just can't. And my background in project management at Northrop Grumman and with the Army gives me the confidence that I can build a strong team to do just that with Torrance. I just want to say thank you for your consideration and look forward to working with everyone.
Next is Kim Wang.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. I am a retired librarian and property manager, and I lived in Torrance for over 20-some years. And right now, I'm applying for 2 commissions, Commission on Aging and Library Commission. I know Commission Aging, we have very qualified people, but I just want you to know that I am interested in case, there is an opportunity. But the Library Commission, I am a professional librarian. I have a master's degree in library science. And I have been working and volunteering in the past. In fact, I was a cultural arts commissioner in the city of Torrance. And now, since I'm retired, I want to get back to the community, and I want to get more involved. So that's why I'm applying. Thank you.
And the last applicant is Melissa Wright.
Hi, good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. First, I'd like to thank you for my appointment and reappointment over the previous 10 years to the Civil Service Commission. In 1992, I began volunteering in Torrance via my children's classrooms, PTAs, Torrance Ed Foundation, etc. I have held an assortment of leadership positions culminating with my appointment to the Civil Service Commission in 2011. I have sincerely appreciated serving Torrance on this commission. I had the opportunity to work with a variety of wonderful people and staff. I know serving is an important job, although not always an easy or pleasant one, but I have no complaints. I love living in, working in, and volunteering my services to this great city. I've learned a lot about our city and its government and have grown personally from that knowledge. In closing, I must thank each of you for taking the time to discuss or correspond with me regarding my desire to continue to serve Torrance. Tonight, as you proceed, I thank you in advance for your consideration as you work to fill the vacancies before you. Good night. Thank you.
I apologize, Your Honor. We were going to circle back to Kathy Cohen.
Kathy, are you still on the line?
Can you hear? Yes, I am.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Thank you. Honorable Mayor and distinguished City Council people, my name is Kathy Cohen, and I would be honored to be on any one of the commissions that I checked off on my application if chosen. My husband, Paul Cohen, and myself have lived in Torrance for over 20 years, Paul being very active with the city and being on 2 commissions, the latest being Parks and Rec. You have my application and hopefully have reviewed it. I have been active with many organizations in the city. I am proud to have been employed by the Torrance Marriott for 22 years, and the latest volunteer position is where I live for the past 9 years, New Horizons South Bay Association, with approximately 600 units and 1,200 people. I am now retired from that board, but have held many director positions, one being board chairman. I am reliable and we'd be proud to serve our city. Thank you, and thank you.
Your Honor, that concludes the applicants calling in.
Okay, well, on behalf of my colleagues on the council, I can thank everybody who has applied for a commission. And up front, it's sad that we don't have a position slot for absolutely everybody, but it's really makes me feel great that so many people are willing to step forward and serve on a commission. So let's get started. And the first commission we have up is the Airport Commission. And I will nominate the incumbent, John Durago. Are there any other nominations? Councilmember Griffith was the first.
Yeah, I'll nominate Kathy Cohen.
Okay, and unfortunately on this, there was two people who took their names off the list, so we have two nominees for two positions. I do a motion for unanimous ballot. Councilmember Ashcraft?
I move that we appoint Kathy Cohen and John DeRego to the Airport Commission.
I will second that.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Moving on to the Commission on Aging. Again, I will nominate the three incumbents, Julie Doergery, Kay Grundhaus, and Rosie Mayfield. Are there any other nominations?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to nominate.
Councilmember Chen.
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to nominate Kim Wang.
Your Honor, would you like me to start voting, to call the names for voting?
Yeah.
Okay.
On this, we have to vote for three.
Correct. Councilmember Ashcraft?
I vote for Julie DeJury, Kay Grunhouse, and Rosie Mayfield.
Councilmember Chen?
Julie Dojerry, Rosie Mayfield, and Kim Wang.
Councilmember Griffiths?
I vote for Mr. Dojiri, Ms. Grundhouse, Ms. Mayfield.
Councilmember Kalani?
Dujeri, Grundhouse, and Wang.
Councilmember Matucci?
I will go with the three incumbents, DeJory, Groundhouse, and Mayfield.
Mayor Fury?
DeJury, Grunhouse, and Mayfield.
Your Honor, the three incumbents are reappointed.
Okay, can you take a motion for unanimous ballot?
I move that we appoint Ms. DeJury, Grunhouse, and Mayfield to the Commission of Aging.
I'll second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Next one is the Culture Arts Commission. There are 3 seats available. I will nominate the 2 incumbents, Linda Kramer and Michelle Pocari. Are there any other nominations from the floor? Are there any other nominations?
Yes, I had clicked, but
Not working. Councilmember Matucci.
I nominate Melissa Wright.
Any other nominations?
Mayor, we repeat which commission we're actually nominating. I'm looking at a different sheet.
Culture Arts Commission. Kramer, Polcari, and Wright have been nominated.
I have a nomination. I'll nominate Michael Gibson.
One second while we try and make this technology work. Can you click in? No? And
I just
oh,
relogged.
there it is. Okay, it may be working now. Okay. Did you have one, Mr. Chen?
No, Mayor, I think they're all accounted for.
there are no other nominations, we'll take a vote. This time we vote for 3.
Councilmember Chen,
Linda Kramer, Michelle Pocari, and Melissa Wright.
Councilmember Griffiths,
Ms. Kramer, Ms. Bulgari, Ms. Wright.
Councilmember Kalani,
Ms. Kramer, Ms. Polcari, Ms. Wright.
Councilmember Matucci,
Kramer, Polcari, and Wright.
Councilmember Ashcraft,
Gibson, Kramer, and Polcari.
Mayor Fury.
Kramer, Polcari, and Wright.
Your Honor, the 3 appointees are Linda Kramer, Michelle Polcari, and Melissa Wright.
Take a motion for unanimous ballot. If it works. It did.
I motion that we elect, or we appoint Cultural Arts Commissioners Kramer, Polcari, and Wright.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion was unanimous.
Thank you. Historical Preservation, there are 3 seats available. I will nominate the 2 incumbents, Maureen O'Donnell and Ron Riggs. And as soon as the thing clears, somebody else will nominate somebody else.
Click on the floor.
Councilmember Chen,
I nominate Mia Higginbotham.
since there are 3 seats available and 3 people have been nominated, there's nobody else on the list, I'll take a motion for a unanimous ballot. Councilmember Chen.
Mayor, move we nominate Mia Higginbotham, Maureen O'Donnell, and Ron Riggs for the Historic Preservation Commission.
I'll second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Next commission will be the Social Services Commission. We have 3 seats available, and I'll nominate the 2 incumbents, Mr. Jimmy Gow and Mr. William Reynolds. Take any other nominations? Councilmember Chen.
I nominate Ann Sansalon.
Councilmember Matucci.
Nominate Kate Groundhouse.
She's gone.
She's gone.
Gone already. Gosh, we're at that point now.
Yeah,
And Melissa Wright's gone.
1 commission at a time.
Yeah. Was Ann Sansalon nominated?
Yes. We have Gow, Reynolds, and Sansalone.
I'll nominate Victoria Funes.
Funes? Are there any other nominations? You're trying? Councilmember Ashcraft?
Thank
Oh,
you.
it's on there now?
It is, yeah.
Oh.
I would like to nominate Georgia Perkins and Andrea Riley.
That's
You're
not this
on
commission.
Social Services.
Oh, I'm sorry. I flipped my page. Okay. I'm good with,
No other nominations? We'll close the nomination and take a vote. Vote for 3. We have 4 nominees. 4.
Councilmember Griffiths,
Mr. Reynolds. Ms. Sansaloni. Mr. Gao.
Councilmember Kalani.
Mr. Reynolds, Ms. Sansaloni, and Ms. Funes.
Councilmember Matucci.
Funes, Reynolds, and Sansalon.
Councilmember Ashcraft.
Reynolds, Sansalone, and Funes.
Councilmember Chen.
Victoria Funes, William Reynolds, and Ann Sansalon.
I'm sorry, did you say Funes for the first one?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Fury.
Funes, Gao, and Reynolds.
Your Honor, Funes, Reynolds, and Sansalone were appointed.
I'll take a motion for a unanimous ballot.
I move that we appoint Funes, Ms. Funes, Mr. Reynolds, and Ms. Sansalone to the Social Services Commission.
I'll second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Next is the Water Commission. There's 2 seats available. I'll nominate the incumbent, Raymond J. Councilmember Griffith.
Nominate Ms. Minahan.
Are there any other nominations? Councilmember Chen.
I nominate Alan Masnick.
There's 3 people applied for 2 seats, so everybody's been nominated that can be nominated. So we'll take a vote. Everybody can vote for 2.
Councilmember Kalani.
Mr. J and Mr. Masnick.
Councilmember Matucci.
Mr. J and Mr. Masnick.
Councilmember Ashcraft.
Mr. J and Ms. Minahan.
Councilmember Chen.
Raymond J. and Alan Masnick.
Councilmember Griffiths.
Mr. J and Ms. Minahan.
Mayor Fury.
Mr. J and Ms. Minahan.
Your Honor, it's a tie between Mr. Masnick and Ms. Minahan.
Okay, so we do a vote over on between Masnick and Minahan. Mr. J had all the votes?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So we'll take a vote, this time vote for either Alan Masnick or Tricia Minahan.
Councilmember Matucci.
Masnick.
Councilmember Ashcraft.
Minahan.
Councilmember Chen.
Alan Masnick.
Councilmember Griffiths.
Minahan.
Councilmember Kalani.
Masnick.
Mayor Fury.
Minahan.
Your Honor, it's still tied.
I mean, it's still 3-3?
Yes.
So how do you,
Well, in the old days, we'd flip a coin, but they're not here. Patrick Sullivan, City Attorney. In the old days, we'd actually flip a coin, but they're not here unless they're still on the phone. Or the council can try to revote and see if we can split it.
we can try one more time before we flip a coin. Councilmember Chen, were you
I was gonna suggest, is it okay if the city clerk flips the coin?
Well, that's who's going to do it. But just a little rusty, there's nobody here to call it. We'll take another vote and
Do you want
try.
to do one more vote?
Give it a shot.
Okay. Councilmember Ashcraft,
Minahan.
Councilmember Chen,
Alan Masnick,
Councilmember Griffiths,
Minahan.
Councilmember Kalani,
Masnick.
Councilmember Matucci,
Masnick.
Mayor Fury.
Minahan. Well, I'm very pleased to report that the council's memory of who they voted for has just remained okay. Okay, I have a coin in my pocket. And Madam Clerk, tell us. The seal is heads.
And I think you have to call whether you're going to let it hit the ground or you're going to catch it and flip it over, just so everyone knows what's going on. Then are we assigning heads to one and tails to the other?
Yes, we have to.
So I guess you could do it alphabetically?
Masnick would be heads and Minahan would be tails, alphabetically.
And again, the head is the city seal. So I'm going to flip it and let it land on the desk. It's heads.
That's it. So, Mr. Masnick. It's one of the only legal lottery systems that we have at our disposal.
And I know the clerk loves when that happens.
Yeah, and I can tell why. Her flipping skills are,
It's a heavy coin.
They don't teach that in clerk school, do they?
Yeah.
We move on to the Planning Commission.
Your Honor, would you like to take a motion?
Oh, yes, I need a motion for unanimous ballot. Councilmember Chen?
I move we nominate Mr. Raymond J. and Alan Masnick for the Water Commission.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We move on to the Planning Commission, and we have 2 seats available. We have one incumbent, Mr. Cartsonas, and I will nominate him. As soon as it clears, I'm sure somebody else will nominate someone. Councilmember Griffiths.
Actually, I don't want to nominate anybody else. What I'd request is that we vote for the incumbent and put it out for reapplication due to the fact of the late resignation or the non-reapply of the incumbent, Mr. Marshall, which didn't give anyone the opportunity to consider the fact that there was an open seat.
We have a number of candidates, so I don't see a reason to open it up any further. Councilmember Matucci, you have a nominee?
Yes, I will nominate Quinn Mark Troy.
Councilmember Chen?
That was my nominee, Mayor.
No, it's his nominee. Councilmember Kalani?
I'd like to nominate Michelle Pocari.
She's not
She's
available.
been nominated. She's on the commission.
I apologize, I withdraw that. Then I'll-
We have 2 seats and 2 nominees. They're still available, but is there no other nominations? When we close the nomination, then I'll take a motion for the unanimous ballot.
Mayor, I move that we reappoint David Cartsonas to the Planning Commission and appoint also Quinn Mark Troy.
I second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Griffiths voting no.
Okay, next is the Traffic Commission, and there's 1 seat available on the Traffic Commission. And as soon as it comes up, somebody can nominate. Councilmember Matucci.
by Mr. Michael Gibson.
Any other nominations? Seeing none, we have one seat and one nominee. I would ask for a motion for a unanimous ballot.
So moved.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Next one we come to is the Parks and Rec Commission. 3 seats available on this commission, and I'm going to nominate Ed Candiotti, who's our incumbent. Councilmember Griffiths.
Can I nominate two?
Sure.
Ms. Mel and Ms. Corman.
Councilmember Chen.
I nominate Marianne Hamada.
We have 4. Are there any other nominations? Seeing none? We have 4 names, and everybody votes for 3.
Councilmember Chen,
Ed Candiotti. Marianne Hamada. And Linda Mail.
Councilmember Griffiths,
Mr. Candiotti. Ms. Corman. And Ms. Mel.
Councilmember Kalani,
Thank you. Mr. Camdiani, Ms. Corman, and Ms. Melly.
Councilmember Matucci,
Candiotti, Hamada, and Mel.
Councilmember Ashcraft,
Candiotti, Corman, and Mel.
Mayor Fury.
Candiotti, Corman, and Mel.
Your Honor, Ed Candiotti, Dale Corman, and Linda Mel have been appointed.
Take a motion for unanimous ballot.
Move to appoint Mr. Candiotti, Ms. Corman, and Ms. Mel.
I second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Brings us to Environmental Quality and Energy Conservation Commission. There are 2 seats available. Councilmember Griffiths.
Ms. Riley.
Councilmember Chen.
Hannah Sasaki and Camilla Safari.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Hannah Sasaki and Camilla Safari.
Councilmember Ashcraft, did you want to nominate someone? You clicked in for a motion and it popped you to the bottom.
Oh. Well, I'm sorry if I did that, but if the machine did it. Okay.
Go ahead.
I nominate Lori Love and Georgia Perkins.
Councilmember Griffith? Did you go already?
Are we voting or are we nominating?
Nominating.
Yeah, I nominated already.
And Councilmember Chen, you nominated already?
Correct.
I'd like to nominate Abraham Bagari.
I'm sorry.
Any other nominations? Seeing none, we'll close the nomination and take a vote. Everybody gets 2.
Councilmember Griffith,
Yes, thank you. I'll nominate, or I'll vote for Ms. Riley and Ms. Love.
Councilmember Kalani,
Zafarian and Ms. Love.
Councilmember Matucci,
Sasaki Safari.
Councilmember Ashcraft,
Lori Love and Georgia Perkins.
Councilmember Chen,
Hannah Sasaki and Camilla Safarian.
Mayor Fury.
Lori Love and Abram Bagari.
Your Honor, Lori Love and Camilla Safarian have been appointed.
Take a motion for unanimous ballot.
I'm sorry? There's 3.
Not 4?
No.
Don't you do 4?
Oh, you need 4. Okay, Lori Love has been appointed, and we need to do another vote, because we only had
Okay.
3 on Camilla. Sorry.
So there's not enough votes for one of the people. They have to get 4 votes. Is that correct?
Yes, they have to get 4 votes.
Okay. So we'll go to, this time we vote for 1 person.
Right.
Okay.
Councilmember Kalani,
Ms. Zafarian,
Councilmember Matucci,
Safarian.
Councilmember Ashcraft,
Safarian.
Councilmember Chen,
Camilla Safarian.
Councilmember Griffiths.
Safarian.
Mayor Fury.
Safarian.
Your Honor, it's now Lori Love and Camilla Safarian.
So we'll take a motion for unanimous ballot.
motion to appoint Ms. Lori Love and Ms. Camilla Zafarian to the Environmental Quality and Energy Conservation Commission.
I second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We move on to the Library Commission. There are 3 seats available. Unfortunately, one of the incumbents was just appointed to another commission. So we'll take nominations for 3 seats. Councilmember Griffith.
Ms. Wang,
Councilmember Chen.
Dennis Piotrowski.
Are there any other nominations?
Trying to figure out who's left.
I have it as Isaac Valdez.
Yep.
Dennis Petrowski, Ryan Rosen, Andrea Riley, and Lucas Toma and Kim Wang are the ones that are available. And Petrowski and Wang have just been nominated.
Councilmember Ashcraft.
I nominate Andrea Riley and Ryan Rousen.
Any other nominations? If not, we have 4 selected for 3 seats. Take a vote, vote for 3.
Councilmember Kalani,
Ms. Wang, Mr. Piotrowski, and Ms. Riley.
Councilmember Matucci,
Petrowski, Riley, and Wang.
Councilmember Ashcraft,
Petrowski, Riley, and Wang.
Councilmember Chen,
Dennis Piotrowski, Andrea Riley, and Kim Wang.
Councilmember Griffiths,
Piotrowski, Riley, Wang.
Mayor Fury.
Petrowski, Riley, and Wang.
Your Honor, you have a unanimous ballot with Petrowski, Riley, and Wang.
Take a motion for a unanimous ballot.
I want to make it clear that I didn't push that, but I'll make it. It just happened. That was the machine. I vote that we nominate Petrowski, Mr. Petrowski, Ms. Riley, and Ms. Wang to the Library Commission.
I second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Next is the Civil Service Commission, and there are 2 seats available. I'll nominate Marianne Hamada.
Can you give us a list of the names of who's left? I lost count.
Okay. Abraham Bagari, Jimmy Gao, Marianne Hamada, Harry Kaplan, Laura Lones, Ryan Ruzon. Need to check.
Isn't Perkins still available?
No, Perkins,
Sasaki.
Sasaki, and I think Sansaloni. No, Sansaloni's gone. Is she, okay, Georgia Perkins is available, sorry.
Let's repeat that one more time.
I'm sorry?
Let's repeat that one more time.
Bagari, Gao, Hamada, Kaplan, Lones, Perkins, Ruzon, and Sasaki.
In alphabetical order, you did great. Councilmember Chen.
I nominate Hannah Sasaki.
Any other nominations? Councilmember Ashcraft.
I nominate Laura Lonis.
Are there any other nominations? Seeing none, we'll close the nominations and go on to a vote. Everybody gets 2 votes.
Councilmember Matucci,
Laura Lones, Hannah Sasaki.
Councilmember Ashcraft,
Laura Lonis and Hamada.
Councilmember Chen,
Marianne Hamada and Hannah Sasaki.
Councilmember Griffiths,
Ms. Hamada and Ms. Sasaki.
Councilmember Kalani.
Ms. Hamada and Ms. Sasaki.
Mayor Fury.
Ms. Hamada and Ms. Loans.
Your Honor, Marianne Hamada and Hana Sasaki.
Take a motion for a unanimous ballot.
Mayor, I move we nominate Marian Hamada and Hannah Sasaki for the Civil Service Commission.
I'll second that.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Congratulations to all those members of our community who are appointed to commissions this evening. The city clerk will be outreach to you and figure a time and date for you to receive the oath of office at a future date. To those who are not appointed to a commission, please do it again. You'll see how difficult it was for us up here tonight. There was a number of vacancies, but sometimes some of the commissions don't get as many applicants as others, and we certainly wish that you could all be appointed, but look forward. There's sometimes unavoidable vacancies, and we're looking for people who are trained, and all of you who applied have been trained, and we look forward to your service in the future. Okay. We're now moving on to the 60-minute public comment period for agenda items and general orals. If any members of the public wish to speak, please call the public comment hotline now at 310-618-2404. City Council Rules of Order Section 6.4E provides that speakers can only speak once. Any speaker that attempts to speak a second time on any item will be disconnected. Callers will have 1 minute to speak on one agenda item, 2 minutes total to speak on 2 or more agenda items, and 1 minute for general orals. Each speaker will have a maximum of 3 minutes, then will be disconnected automatically. Please speak when prompted and state the number of the agenda item or items you wish to speak on. Or if you want to make a general comment, let us know. There is a delay in the broadcast. Do not try to follow what you may be hearing on the broadcast. We ask you to turn down the volume on your TV or viewing device, and do not try to use Bluetooth or speakerphones. They just don't work in this format. When speaking on agenda items, you must be on topic. We'd like to get in as many speakers as possible. If you are not speaking on topic, or if we cannot tell if you are speaking on your topic, you will get a warning to stay on topic. If you do not then speak on topic, or if you go off topic once more, you will forfeit the remainder of your time, and we'll move on to the next caller pursuant to City Council Rules of Order Section 6.5 and Section 6.7B3 and B4. If there are no speakers waiting before the 60-minute period has elapsed, we'll close the public comment portion of the meeting. Please note that the council orals will still take place at the end of the meeting. We'll turn it over to the call center.
Yes, Mayor, we'll begin to transfer the calls. Give me 1 second, Mayor.
Hello? Can you hear me? It's QSD. You're now unmuted. Which items would you like to speak on? I wanted to speak on oral communication, public comment. Okay, your 1 minute begins now. Hi everyone, my name is Felix. I am calling in solidarity with the family of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, and also in honor of Pride Month, and in honor of Marsha P. Johnson. You all need to fire the officer Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon for the murder of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. You should create a police civilian oversight committee. You know, you all talk about pride. You didn't even use the right word for Q in the LGBTQ. It's queer. It's not questioning You all talk about pride and giving people dignity and equity, yet you allow police officers who kill people to continue to roam the streets in your city. You all need to do better as a city council. You all should be, honestly, I don't even know how anyone could call anyone on this council honorable or...
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Jesse J., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Yes, I'm calling for oral communication and public comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I'm here tonight to demand justice in the name of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. He was murdered by Torrance police officers Matthew Concannon and Anthony Chavez on December 9th, 2018. I stand in solidarity with Black Lives Matter and Christopher's family when I say fire and prosecute Matthew Concannon and Anthony Chavez. Christopher was given an impossible task on December 9th. Don't move and get out of the car. What would you do with those orders? What would you do with that gun in your face? Would you stay still? Would you get out of the car? Either way, with those, you're doomed. Make it easier on yourselves and create the Civilian Oversight Committee. Christopher's supporters have made it clear week in and week out no one's going anywhere. Say his name, Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. Thank you. I yield my time.
Mayor, that caller disconnected herself. Moving on to the next caller. Sheila, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Public comment 6A, 6C, and 9C.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Black Lives Matter is a collective affirmation in embracing the resistance and resilience of Black people. It is a reminder and a demand that our lives be cherished, respected, and able to access our full dignity and determination. It is a truth that we are called to embrace if our society is to become human again. It is a rallying cry. It is a prayer. The impact of embracing and defending the value of Black life in particular has the potential to lift us all. Black Lives Matter asserts the truth of Black life that collective action builds collective power for collective transformation. A quote from Alicia Garza. I would like to remind you that Pride started with an anti-police uprising by Black trans women and that you are failing, Marsha P. Johnson, by failing to address the demands of Sister Sherilyn and holding the officers Concannon and Chavez accountable. So once again, your efforts are weak and performative. Realize that we are relentless. Not just Black Lives Matter, who held a 24-hour encampment for 50 days in front of Los Angeles City Hall. Not just that, but also 3 years in front of the Hall of Justice. But also going all the way back to the Montgomery bus boycott that lasted 381 days. We hail from a legacy of resistance and resilience. We are walking miracles. We are living in a world that didn't want to see us survive. We haven't just survived, though. We have endured white supremacy and managed to create most of the culture that is thanks to us. From music to dance to food to technology to science, you cannot and will not hold us down ever. This is what we manage in the midst of white supremacy. Just think of how much you were missing out on by keeping your knees on our damn necks. You can't help but notice the glaring holes in your leadership. Today alone on your agenda, there are 17 items under existing litigation. This is misleadership. This is failure. This is white supremacy, and the wrath of those who have suffered under it are coming for you. Make no mistake, whether it is a lawsuit, public comment, or whatever it is that we need you to do, we are still coming for you, and we will not stop until we win. Winter is coming. It is not in the least bit of a coincidence that Goodrich has now retired with more than a year left of his term. Either you are cleaning house or it is cleaning you. Regardless, people are dropping like flies, and it's not coincidental. First it was Herring, then the city manager, then the chief of police, and now Goodrich. Things just aren't smelling right, but then again, things have never smelt right in Torrance. Justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. 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 Justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell.
Mayor, the caller was disconnected because her time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Amy J., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Yes, I'm calling on oral communications.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I'd like to very publicly thank Tim Goodrich for his service. Tim, your compassion and your reason will be very sorely missed from this community, and we thank you for that. And we are sorry that you are not here to stay. And also, I would like to very much encourage the creation of a civilian oversight board. Thank you.
Mayor, that caller disconnected herself. Moving on to the next caller. Michael W., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Public comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I just want to say I don't call in often, but I do hear the stories about what's going down in Torrance, and it is incredibly short-sighted of the commission, of the council to continually disengage, to continually ignore the calls for justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. If you know anything about history, and you all seem to be very smart people, people like yourselves who stand in the way of justice, who stand in the way of racial equality, who stand in the way of people living a peaceful existence, always have their legacies tarnished. It may take years, it may take decades, it may take centuries, but your families and your loved ones will have to apologize for your actions in this time. And maybe you don't believe in an afterlife, or maybe you believe it doesn't matter.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Stephanie P., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Oral communications.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I'm calling again to stand in solidarity with Cheryl and Haynes and the entire family of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, who was murdered on December 9th, 2018 by Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon. Those men need to be fired. They need to be called out. They need to be held up as examples of what we do not want in Torrance, in the South Bay, and the city of Los Angeles. They murdered Christopher in 15 seconds. We're done. We're sick of it, but we're not going to stop. You also need to set up a civilian review board. There's no excuse for it. The grand jury told you to do it almost 3 years ago. It needs to happen, and it needs to happen now. I yield my time.
Mayor, the caller disconnected herself. Moving on to the next caller. Michelle R., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
6A, 6B, and general oral.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Your proclamation claiming to uplift the efforts of activists in the fight for LGBTQ plus rights and your so-called commitment to eliminating racial prejudice is laughable, as weekly you ignore justice activists of all races, orientations, and identities who are calling for justice in the name of an unarmed black man murdered by your police department. Christopher DeAndre Mitchell should be here right now, his talents, gifts, and dreams explored, realized, and shared with the world. His relationships and friendships fostered, evolved, and deepened. Instead, his life was senselessly stolen by killer Torrance cops, Matthew Concannon and Anthony Chavez. And in the 2+ years that we've called on you to take action and bring forth justice in his name, you continue to shirk and evade your responsibility to respond in any meaningful way in demanding accountability for the murder of a black resident. Why then are you here as a public servant? What exactly is your role if not to prioritize and uplift community demands and needs? Does the sanctity of life mean nothing to you? Is your heart so hardened by capitalism that you deem state-stolen life permissible? Or is it simply black life that's disposable? It's so frustrating hearing black mothers and leaders call upon you week after week only to be ignored by this privileged white and majority white passing council as you continue to sit idly by while injustice and inequity plagues BIPOC communities and our systems of government, and you choose to do nothing to address or redress these harms. Inequity is violence, your inaction is violence. You are actively and complicitly engaged in community harm, and your willful neglect is criminal. Christopher deserves so much more from this city. Justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, Black Lives Matter.
Mayor, that caller disconnected herself. Moving on to the next caller. TJ, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
I'm calling on general comments 6C 14B.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Good evening, dishonorable and ego-obsessed Mayor Fury, who has intentionally led this meeting to go nowhere over the past couple of hours, which I assume is to just stray away from hearing the voices of people that are against you. Firstly, fire Matthew Kincannon, Anthony Chavez, create a civilian oversight commission, prove to Sherilyn Haynes that her son's life mattered. Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, his life mattered. Say his name, Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. Secondly, I know that everyone here has taken off a Memorial Day, and I hope everyone had a chance to learn that it was actually formerly enslaved black people who first celebrated Memorial Day on 1865 when over 10,000 recently freed black people, black soldiers, held the first Memorial Day parade. 3,000 black school children carried bouquets of flowers and sang John Brown's Body in a memoriam to the Union soldiers who died there. This whitewashed version in memoriam to your pledge to Memorial Day is just it's just another force-fed, complicit way of dealing with Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's murder. However, I hope that your long weekend, that this city council has finally woken up to understand that the insanity of Anthony Chavez and Matthew Kincannon still having positions at the Torrance County Police Department. These men need to be fired for the murder of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell within 15 seconds of approaching his car. His life mattered. The Torrance police officers acted as executioners, not even letting Christopher adequately respond. The officers inaudible directives to Christopher, who most definitely feared for his life, as all black and brown folks do in interacting with the police. Please prove to your community that you care about the lives of black community members, that you care about Sherilyn Haynes. Heartbreaking, and prove that her son's life mattered, and prove that you are no longer a sundown town and that black people are able to move freely through your community as long as black people have stories of what happened to them in Torrance for being in.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Karina K., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, what agenda item are you calling on?
6C, 6D, and oral communications.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Dishonorable Mayor Patrick and dishonorable all you other fuckers who I'm not going to bother to name. Regarding 6C, why are you making proclamations for anything having to do with human rights? You don't believe in human rights. You don't fucking believe in human rights. You display that every fucking week. You display that by defying orders from judicial entities. You don't give a fuck about people. You give a fuck about your own fucking fallacy and your own, the bullshit world that you fucking created in the city of Torrance, the glorious city of murderous ass fucking Torrance, where black people are not safe and fucking murdered. So why are you making that proclamation? Don't do that shit. That shit is a fucking joke. It's a fucking farce. 6D. You care about aging. You care about cultural arts. Not really. You care about environmental quality. Not really. Energy conservation. Not really. Historic preservation, for fuck sure. Yeah, you want to keep that colonialism for sure. Libraries, parks, planning. Where the fuck is the Civilian Oversight Commission in this? You spend all this motherfucking time on this meeting like that shit is cute. That shit's not fucking cute to waste people's time, okay? And pretend that you're doing something. Oral communications, fire the officers, we say this every week, that killed Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. We demand justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. Fire him and create a civilian oversight commission. And stop fucking around like Pork Chop says, playing with your thingly things. We're done with your stupid shit. You're full of shit. We're done with it. Do what the fuck we said. Justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. 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 Black Lives Matter, if you didn't know. Justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. Fire Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon. Stop playing with your fucking singly things. Stop making empty-ass proclamations regarding human rights. Stop fucking around with other commissions that mean nothing when people murder in your fucking city. Talking about planning and social services and shit. Fuck all of y'all. You're dishonorable. I'm tired of people calling y'all fucking honorable. You're full of shit. Justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. 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 Justice.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. JL, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Yes, I'm calling on 6C, 6A, and oral communications.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes starts now.
So first I want to start off that you guys had us sit here for over hours on this dry, unseasoned council meeting talking about commissions that you guys need to appoint. Well, we've been telling you that the only really oversight committee that you need to have already been appointed needed to be there 3 days ago, 3 years ago, all that stuff. The fact that you guys keep pissing around and thinking that we are going to not continue to tell you these demands. This is the most important thing that you guys need to be doing. And yet you sit there with the audacity, the audacity to Mayor Ferry to actually say that we need to erase the prejudice within us. Motherfucker, you do it. You start by having your councils do the actual work. First, if you were so trying to disown the prejudice within you, you would have already listened to a grieving mother and put an oversight committee over. You were already fired Matthew Concannon and Anthony Chavez, two murderous motherfuckers who continue to murder in your community. But you're so indifferent on Black lives that you just literally do not give a damn. But you want to continue to lie and have an audacity to even spread the words that you want to eradicate prejudice. Hello, you would have to start with yourself. You cannot teach it if you don't even know it. Half of you guys on this committee don't know shit about actually being a decent human being, which is really says a lot about your leadership. How can you fucking lead if you don't know how to be a decent human being? You lack all types of moral compass. You lack all types of humanity. You literally are empty shells just sitting there spewing words of lies. Can't even use the correct acronym for the LGBTQ community. How stupid can you literally be? This is how we know that you're literally sitting here empty souls, just saying whatever it sounds good to the white liberal moderates who don't also give a damn, who are also indifferent. Listen, we are not going anywhere. You can create an oversight or we will get fucking rid of you and put somebody else that's going to do it. It's really that fucking simple. Every single time you come in here, you do the same rigmarole and not do a fucking thing. That's why I keep telling you, you're going to be like your ancestors and go straight to fucking hell. You guys are literally every fucking time not doing a damn thing. So every single week, we will come. We will give you every fucking bit of our wrath because you deserve it. You deserve every bit of these curse outs, these pointed conversations. You deserve for everyone else your legacy. Oh. Can I go to me? Hello?
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because our time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Maureen B., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Item 6B and or 6B and oral communications.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes starts now.
All right, so I'm calling in to tell you all that you are insufferable and despicable. First of all, I find it pretty hollow and godless how you all can send a prayer for those who died from a 1 year long pandemic of COVID, but for some reason you can't send a prayer for those who died from a decades-long pandemic of police violence, many of whom are your own constituents. Second of all, you should be ashamed after reading the history of LGBTQ pride and pretending to honor my ancestors with your sham of a proclamation. As a queer and non-binary individual, you're not fooling us with your performative little speech. Your words are meaningless, and this declaration is meaningless because you refuse to listen to us. You refuse to honor us when we demand police accountability. In true honor of Pride Month and my queer and trans ancestors who rioted against police violence, I say fuck Torrance PD, and I demand that Torrance City Council fire officers Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon and create a damn civilian oversight commission. I yield my time. Fuck all of you.
Mayor, that caller disconnected herself. Moving on to the next caller. Mary Ann D., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Oral communications.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Here I am again, standing in solidarity with Sherilyn Haynes and the family of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell after 2.5 years of this. The absurdity of this space and this council never ceases to amaze me. Your lack of meeting the most basic responsibilities to your constituents and to that of your offices is outrageous. The violence you co-sign and directly personally inflict is egregious. And what all of that equates to is this: the amalgamation of your decisions and your actions is vividly weak, tired, and sad. Fire Matthew Concannon, fire Anthony Chavez, create a civilian oversight commission to add to the litany of commissions you already have. We are not going anywhere until you do. Christopher's life matters. Black Lives Matter. Say his name. Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. Say his name.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Robert C., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
I'm calling on 8C.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Okay, as a city employee for the transit department, we hear a lot about federal funds and grants. When will we as city employees, bus operators, dispatchers, mechanics, fleet service, who have worked the whole entire pandemic, when will we see any of this money? We are 25% below industry standard. Unless you're part of management, then you're very well compensated. We're called heroes, but we're not treated like we are. Good night. Thank you, guys. Thank you for what you do for us, and I really sad to hear all these people's mouths and the way they treat you guys. God bless you.
Mayor, that caller disconnected himself. Moving on to the next caller. Jim M., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Yes, I'm speaking on 6 Alpha, 8 Charlie, and 14 Charlie.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Hey, I'd like to add my voice of gratitude to Councilmember Tim Goodrich for his years of service to the city of Torrance in so many capacities, and to our country as a member of the U.S. Air Force. And I wholeheartedly agree with the statements made in the resolution. I've always appreciated Tim's focus on the well-being of the citizens of Torrance, rather than science and reason, as a rational, respectful, compassionate voice on the City Council. Thank you, Tim. I know that your years of service are greatly appreciated by me, and your voice on the council will be missed. You have left big shoes to fill. On item 8C, I support staff recommendations on this item as it aligns well with the goals stated in the City of Torrance 2021 Strategic Plan, Stewardship of the Environment Strategic Priorities. In particular, Goal 1, Sub-Goal 1.4, seek out funding sources outside the city that aid in the city in implementing their sustainability plan. And Goal 3, Sub-Goal 3.4, identify and implement solutions to climate change-related risks and impacts faced by the city. By appropriating these grant funds to install electric vehicle charging stations and bike racks at the Torrance Transit Park and Ride, you are enabling the public to choose modes of transportation that reduce greenhouse gas emissions while taking advantage of outside financing. This will help Torrance mitigate the risks of climate change, which is becoming ever more of a crisis in terms of increasing record heat waves, drought, fires, and other hazards that pose threats to our city, its residents, businesses, and industry. And on 14 Charlie, in terms of threat to public services or facilities, I hope the council will keep in mind the infrastructure and stewardship of the environment strategic priorities and the strategic plan when addressing this issue. In particular, Goal 2, Sub-Goal 2.4, protect city resources from threats, both natural and human-made, and maintain a robust backup infrastructure. And Goal 3, Sub-Goal 3.5, create and maintain climate-resilient infrastructure. As can be seen around America and the world, the impacts of climate change are putting at risk infrastructure of all kinds, endangering the health and safety of those in these communities. One specific action you take to ensure climate-resilient public services or facilities is to install electric power microgrids on city property where power is generally generated locally by sun and or wind, stored in energy storage devices like batteries to be available when the electrical grid goes down. This allows critical city government entities to have access to electrical power no matter what happens with the grid. If you couple this electric vehicle transportation, you will be able to maintain transportation for city employees by charging the vehicles from the power you generate locally. The nation's power grid is becoming ever more brittle and unreliable. I believe it's incumbent on the city of Torrance to do what it can to mitigate this risk. I work at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory. We are one of the world's premier institutions in the area of Earth and climate science. The climate crisis is getting more urgent more rapidly, and we have passed the point where we can mitigate all negative impacts, so we have to adapt. I recommend everyone visit climatenasa.gov to keep updated on the latest climate-related science and risks we all need to face and address together. Thank you very much.
Mayor, that caller disconnected himself. Moving on to the next caller. Reverend Regi, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
6A, 9E, and public comment.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Let me tell you racist motherfuckers something, particularly from the book of Psalms, the 139th chapter, in honor of our LGBTQ siblings. The Bible says that it was God who created our innermost parts. It was God who knit us together while we were still in our mother's womb. And we give thanks to God that it was God that marvelously set us apart. God's works are wonderful. We should know them very well. Unfortunately, you racist, homophobic pieces of shit that call themselves the city of Torrance were lifting up LGBTQ activists. But you forgot the part, activists. You forgot that they were fighting. Pride Month was set apart because a black woman, Marsha P. Johnson, stood flat-footed against the police and fought. So when you stand up for LGBTQ activists, you're standing up against racist policing and injustice. But your racism, your fucked up ways of thinking that's been warped by your racism, has not allowed you to see that a review board is the LGBTQ thing to do. A review board, the firing of Anthony Chavez, Matthew Concannon, is the Pride Month thing to do. Because what Marsha P. Johnson did in New York was tell the world that you're not going to kill us while we're trying to exist. So you racist motherfuckers, take your fake piety again and shove it up your fake asses, particularly as someone who did don that role to fight and defend this motherfucker. You motherfuckers need to take on that role of justice and do the right fucking thing in this very hour. And people keep saying that Goodrich got some big shoes to fill because Goodrich ass left. He ain't got no fucking big shoes to fill. He got some big lies to fill. Lies on how to not do the right thing. Lies that try to silence Black Lives Matter. Lies! Do you motherfuckers know Black Lives Matter was started by 3 black queer folks? Of course you don't know that, because you got your head stuck up your racist ass. Do the just thing. Justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. Justice, not tomorrow, now. Y'all are trying to appoint people for commission. Now was the time to say, we need a commission for oversight. Now was the time to say, let's appoint this person for the oversight commission at the
Mayor, the caller was disconnected because his time was up. Moving on to the next caller. BJ Johnson, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Oral communications 6A and 6B.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Despicable Klan members, also known as council folk. I just want you all to know you're horrible leaders for your city, and you're not the type of people that anyone should look up to. So let me just start by saying Black Lives Matter, defund the police, reimagine public safety, and end police associations. My name's BJ. I'm an Angelino here in support of Ms. Sherilyn Haynes, demanding that officers Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon be fired immediately. I also am here to demand that a civilian oversight committee be created. It's really interesting that you honor commissioners that are leaving their jobs early and trying to, escape from being critical leaders. But instead of honoring citizens whose lives were stolen unjustly while they still had civil rights, due process rights, and natural rights, and yet all you have to do is put together an agenda honoring one of your own. It's disgusting. And in the spirit of Pride Month, let me, tip you guys to some information about being a critical leader from James Baldwin. And I quote, "The most despicable thing a person can be is indifferent to other people's pain." I'm going to say that again because you guys seem hard of hearing and not that smart. The most despicable thing a person can be is indifferent to other people's pain. Another quote from James Baldwin. "Ignorance, allied with power, is the most ferocious enemy justice can have." That is why Black Lives Matter Los Angeles will continue to show up and demand that you take righteous action and honor Ms. Sherilyn Haynes' demand. Because Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's life matters. It continues to matter, and it will continue to motivate us to seek justice in his name. We love Ms. Sherilyn Haynes. We have her back. We're sending her positivity all the time because you surround her with leaders of darkness and despair and just flat-out cowardice. But that's not what Black Lives Matter Los Angeles is. We're going to continue to show up because, as Toni Morrison said, we don't have time to be afraid. We must say something to save us. We don't have time to be afraid. We must say something to save us. I hope you know that we see your silence. We know that it's about white supremacy and we stand against it because we want liberation. We want everyone to be able to thrive, not just survive. And people shouldn't have to be perfect.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Cat B, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Yes, I'm calling on 6A, 6B, and oral communication.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Goodrich deserves no honor put on his name when he doesn't do a damn thing in the name of justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, not a damn thing to hold Torrance PD accountable for murderous corruption, and not a damn thing to make Torrance a safe place for black people. Honestly, none of you deserve any honor put on your names for those same reasons. Your pride speech doesn't mean shit. Speaking myself as a queer, bisexual, non-binary femme, your statement is hollow theater and your performance is trash. Torrance is not friendly to LGBTQ people. Torrance does not stand against prejudice and bigotry because Torrance shows zero regard for the safety and sanctity of black people in your city, and that includes black, queer, and trans people. Pride was, as was mentioned, an uprising against police brutality. You failed to mention that it was also an uprising initiated and led by black trans women. The brutality that Marsha P. Johnson and all those who fought the cops at Stonewall were battling against is an extension of the same murderous violence that Torrance police officers Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon enacted upon Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. You can't genuinely encourage Torrance residents to accept people of all backgrounds while you simultaneously signal that it's A-OK for your police to murder black people in your city. You show a total lack of regard for black lives when you refuse to hold Christopher's murderers accountable. And if you won't afford justice for Christopher, you're not going to do it for a queer or trans black person either, are you? You treat Christopher's mother, Sherilyn, like shit, so we know you would also have treated Marsha P. Johnson like shit, too, if you ever met her. You can't convince me, as a queer person, that you give a damn about my safety and rights when you don't give a damn about the safety and rights of black people of any gender or sexual identity. So your declaration is hollow and insulting to LGBTQ plus people and to anyone who has seen the way that you operate. Queer and trans liberation are entwined with black liberation. And this council has chosen time and again to be an enemy to black liberation and justice, and therefore you are an enemy to LGBTQ plus liberation and justice. Nonetheless, we will continue to demand that you act in the name of justice for Christopher because we are committed to justice. We are committed to freedom. We are committed to humanity. So fire Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon and establish a civilian oversight commission because until you honor these demands, you need to keep any reference to the LGBTQ plus community and our struggles the fuck out of your mouth. Do you understand? Justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. Justice for Christopher
Mayor, the caller was disconnected because her time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Michael H., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
General comments.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I'm here to remind y'all that Pride started with the anti-police uprising by black trans women, and they are failing Marsha P. Johnson by failing to address the demands of Sister Sherilyn and holding these officers accountable. We are continuing to demand the creation of a civilian oversight commission for the Torrance Police Department. Fire the officers of Matthew Concannon and Anthony Chavez, the officers who killed Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. Justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. Justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. Justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. Black Lives Matter.
Mayor, that caller disconnected himself. Moving on to the next caller. David K., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Item 6A, 8B, and oral.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you. Honorable Mayor and City Council, this is David Cartsonis. I'm honored to be able to continue to disclose that I'm a recently reappointed planning commissioner, but I'm not speaking on behalf of the city. Thank you all for entrusting me with this honor and responsibility. For item 6A, I do want to wish Tim Goodrich the best and thank him for his service. We didn't always agree, but when I began to get more involved with city government through my work at the chamber, Councilman Goodrich provided me with a lot of advice and support. His support for high technology in Torrance was great to see as a local business owner and as the chair of the Chamber's Technology Committee. I doubt he's spending his newly free Tuesdays listening in, but in case he is, thank you, Councilman. For item 8B, I just want to voice my support for the small grant for the sister cities. I think we can all agree that the small amount that organizations like this, TOCA, and many other organizations in our city cost is small in comparison to what they bring us. And speaking of TOCA, as Vice President of the Foundation's Board of Directors, I do want to let you know that we're continuing to provide quality, professional entertainment to the community. And finally, we're in person with outdoor music. June 12th, this Saturday, the Smooth Touch Band will be performing. And this Saturday, 6/26,
is our virtual annual fundraiser. And as you all know, we've continued to make virtual entertainment through the pandemic, but it's really not the same on many fronts, especially financially. We need the support of the community to continue our work. So please come to the fundraiser, enjoy the entertainment, bid on the great items, buy raffle tickets. Please go to torrancearts.org for more information, and I want to personally invite all of you to both of these events. Thank you for your time. Good evening.
Mayor, that caller disconnected himself. Moving on to the next caller. Garrett K., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on? Garrett K., are you still on the phone? Garrett K., are you still on the line, sir?
We've got a Garrett W.
Okay, let's go, Mr. W. What agenda item are you calling on?
General comments?
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
So every week I listen to a variety of calls that just spew a hatred of our police department and, by extension, a hatred of America and our way of life. These calls are baseless in their claims and repeatedly exhibit a behavior that is common today. Ergo, the belief that if you don't like something, you must yell loudly at anyone that disagrees with you. This is analogous of a toddler screaming because it doesn't get something. If the parents don't correct this behavior, they're tacitly saying, that's right, that's the way to get what you want. This seems to be where we're at today. No parental figures have stepped up to point out the pointlessness and absurdity of their actions. Unfortunately, our current societal norm is to never blame anyone for their actions, instead focusing on the feelings and desires of the individual regardless of laws or fairness to others. Never mind that the only reason they are allowed to continue these antics is the freedom of speech that is the cornerstone of our country that they continue to bash. Let's talk about the purpose of a police department. Police are here to enforce the laws. If a person breaks the laws, it's the obligation of the department to cite, detain, or arrest as needed. If society does not have rules and a method to enforce them, anarchy is the only...
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Cheryl Lynn, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
14B in oral communication.
Thank you. 2 minutes starts now.
I'm calling to demand justice in the name of my son, Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. And I demand that you fire Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon because they choose to murder my son within 15 seconds. They did not choose to save life. They chose to steal his life. My son did not pose no threat. He did exactly what they told him to do. They turned off the light, and they stole his life. He took the best part of me away. He did not get a chance to live his best life. He took a big part of my family away, and we hurting right now for that. And I demand a civilian oversight commission. My son's life mattered. He did not deserve to have his life stolen like that. I'm pro-life. The officers did not choose to let my son live. They did not even send no ambulance to try to save his life. All they did was just stole his life within 15 seconds. The best part of my life is gone. I will never, ever see Christopher again until we meet again in heaven. Nobody knows the pain that I feel until it happens to you. I do not trust the police. They do not choose to save life. They decide to take life. We give them too much power. How do they get to be judge, jury, and executioner? How? That's too much power. They shouldn't be able to have that much power. And I demand that something be done. Mayor Fury, you claim there's nothing you can do. It is something you can do. You're standing in the way. You're protecting them. They should.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Pork Chop, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Did you say pork chop?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Hi, Katie. I would like to talk on oral communications. I would like to talk on 9A and 8G.
Thank you, sir. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Katie. First of all, I would like to express my feelings about Tim Goodrich's departure. Now, we can call him also a quitter, not just a crutch watcher. I was looking forward going back to the person-to-person meetings in the chamber, but you named Leroy Jackson chambers already. And I was looking forward, Timmy Goodrich gonna watch my crutch, see if my zipper is done or not. But these days will never come back. And he's a quitter. He said that how proudly he served our city, our residents, and then he quit. Anyway, let's see the other thing. I put on blue ribbons around my house, on my flagpole, and on my car, and I was very disappointed when I went to film these 100 locations what you suggest to visit in the city of Torrance for the 100 years of incorporation. And downtown, or Old Town Torrance, I'm sorry I said downtown, Old Town Torrance, I went to the Thomas Keller Memorial Park, and we also celebrate the 100 years of the police department. And guess what? Not one blue ribbon at the Thomas Keller Memorial Park, but is supposed to remember our 4 fallen officers. Not one blue ribbon, guys. Not a flower. No, nothing, nada. The 100 years of the celebration of our Torrance police officers and police department, forgot about the 4 fallen officers. And they celebrated the 100 years of Torrance Police Department without any public invitation. Anyhow, let's go back to 9A. I would like to ask the people, and I would like the city to promote vaccination. Vaccination is a very good thing, even if it's a private information. I have to tell you, I've been vaccinated happily, and I suggest personally everybody to vaccinate, and I ask the city to promote vaccination. Because if we want to open up businesses, schools, churches, and everything, people should be vaccinated as much as possible. I know some people say that that's humbug and this and that, but please, everybody vaccinate. I go back to the investment report, what I don't really understand lately either. First of all, now the finance department took over, and that was the treasury department job, and I still don't understand if you have $100 million in investment earning like 0.33%.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Mary G., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
6A, 6B, and orals.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Council. I wanted to say goodbye to Tim Goodrich. I think you did good sometimes, and sometimes I wasn't too happy with you, but I do hope your future endeavors, you find happiness in them, and thank you also for your service to our country. I missed part of the meeting. I'm not sure if it was addressed about the homeless situation in our city, but I do hope that, Mr. Mayor, that you're doing something with Mr. Matucci and doing something about these homeless encampments popping up on every bus stop that you can't even wait for a bus, and all these nutty people that are walking around that have the potential to hurt other people. I hope that's on top of your agenda to get this addressed, because this is getting out of hand, and something bad is going to happen. And last but not least, I am a city resident, and I don't want to listen to all this garbage about Christopher DeAndre Mitchell anymore. Is there any possible way that you can move those comments to the end of this meeting? It's ridiculous that we have to listen to this, and it blows me away and baffles me that some of those people that are calling in actually sound halfway intelligent, and I don't understand how they can't see that Christopher DeAndre Mitchell made a very bad mistake 2.5 years ago, and he basically took his own life by not listening to the police. And his mom, maybe you would get some solace by going out and preaching to other people not to do the same thing. Maybe you can do something for some kids in your community and get them to start having some respect for the police and being good citizens. Thank you for listening to me. And thank you, Aurelio, for everything that you do. I really appreciate it.
Mayor, the caller disconnected herself. Moving on to the next caller. Mike K., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Public comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I just want to make this public that the previous caller echoed a lot of my sentiment. And I truly appreciate what you do individually and as a group. The City Council for Torrance didn't get to where we are for the last 100 years if the residents didn't know what they were voting for. So I want to thank you all. Thanks to the Torrance Police Department. We had an incident in the neighborhood, and it just so happened to occur during the time that the school was getting out, where an individual just wasn't thinking right, and they came to take care of that. So thanks to the Torrance Police Department. Unfortunately, we can't send the Torrance Police Department to take care of some of the callers. So I want to send thanks to them, and I appreciate everybody on staff. You're doing a fabulous job. Thanks again. Have a great evening.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Taria D., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Oral communications.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Good evening, Mayor Fury and City Council. My name is Taria Beadle. I'm calling in tonight with a suggestion that when we resume our City Council meetings, we right now have no semblance of distribution of our yellow speaker cards. They're just kind of handed out as people come in, a little bit haphazardly, actually. And my suggestion is that if they could be numbered, all of us can be heard, because right now there's no order. They're just filled out and put into the box and chosen randomly. I'd even be happy to be designated the person to hand these out in a chronological order if it would make things seem like we wouldn't have these meetings so dominated. And I believe that if this could also help in more attendance with the residents coming out to our meetings. This is a suggestion, and I hope you'll, take.
Mayor, the caller was disconnected because her time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Torrance Patriot, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Yes. Let's see. I'm sorry. I just lost it. 6A, 6B, and oral.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. I stand in support of our police department, our city workers, our firefighters, and all first responders, and hopefully I didn't leave anybody out. I want to say a heartfelt happy retirement to Tim Goodrich. I don't agree with him all the time, but, I did meet him, and he was a nice fellow. And also a very happy retirement to Darren McClelland, from the Community Services Department. I love the proclamation. I believe it said he started at 15 years old working and helping with city. That's what our people should be doing. More kids should be doing that. Community service and learning to be responsible young kids and turning into responsible adults, not like Mr. Cowboy Mitchell. And Cowboy is his gang name, or was his gang name. And, you know, it wasn't this cowboy's first rodeo, okay? So he wasn't just innocently in his car. When you're in a car and you have a firearm, the first thing you are to do before you even say anything is to tell the police officers you have a firearm in the car, which he did, okay? Which he was 3 times moving his hands toward to grab it, okay? So let's not make this he was no saint. And had he followed instructions, he would have not ended up that way. And actually, had he just not stolen the car, that would have solved everything, because he would have never met the police officers that night. Okay, let's get to some more truths here. He was, you know, caller said he was unarmed. He was not unarmed. He had a firearm. And it's up to the city council to put the meeting in whatever order they want. And they had to take care of business, and so I don't blame them. You know, everybody wants to reform the police. And I actually think that the public needs reform. People need to be, you know, held accountable that when they are pulled over, that they put their arms or hands on the steering wheel like you're supposed to be taught in driver's ed, but we know some people don't even go to driver's ed anymore. But people need to have responsibility also. Anyway, stay strong.
Mayor, the caller was disconnected because our time was up, and this concludes oral communications. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your hard work at the call center. Move back onto the agenda, and we're taking item 10A at this time. Now is the time and place for the public hearing on agenda item 10A, a recommendation of the Traffic Commission that City Council, 1, deny the appeal and direct the installation of yellow centerline striping on Calle de Robles from Via Alameda to Via Colosa on a trial basis. And 2, direct staff to perform speed surveys on Calle de Robles from Via Alameda to Via Colosa before and after the centerline striping installation. And 3, direct staff to submit an item for Traffic Commission consideration in 2022 to evaluate the effect of the centerline striping installed and determine if the centerline striping should be removed in 2022 when Calle de Robles is slurry sealed. Or alternatively, recommendation of the Public Works Director that City Council uphold the appeal and direct staff to perform a vehicle speed survey on Calle de Robles from Via Alameda to Via Colosa and present the speed data to the Traffic Commission for consideration of speed reduction measures, including but not limited to centerline striping on Calle de Robles from Via Alameda to Via Colosa. The appeal will proceed as follows. First, a presentation by city staff, followed by questions from council. Next, a presentation by the appellant for a maximum of 10 minutes, followed by questions from the council, after which members of the audience may speak for 2 minutes each. Finally, the appellant will have a 5-minute rebuttal. Has proper notice been given for this matter?
Yes, Your Honor, it has.
And is there a staff presentation?
Steve Fenton, Public Works City Engineer. Next slide, please. This is where the street in question is. It's Calle de Robles. It's in the far, very south end of town in the Riviera. Next slide, please. There's a bit of history on this. Starting back in 2020, a number of residents had reached out to the city requesting that we look into some speed reduction measures on the street. And this is on Calle de Robles between Via Alameda and Via Colosa. After that, staff performed observations and traffic counts, including speed observations. Next, on November 19th, 2020, an informal meeting was conducted with a number of residents and also representatives from city staff. and that would be from the city manager's office, the police department, fire department, and public works department. We discussed a number of alternatives, and ultimately we came to a recommendation to explore centerline striping on the street with the intent to constrain the lanes on the street to reduce traffic and calm traffic and reduce speeds. On February 16th, 2021, city staff began applying the centerline stripe, after which, very soon after which, complaints were received, and we ceased installation pending further discussion. Today, there's only faint layout markings on the street. No permanent striping has been completed. On March 1st, the Traffic Commission heard the issue, took public input. Staff recommended proceeding with the centerline striping on the street. And at that meeting, the majority of residents actually opposed moving forward with the centerline striping. 16 out of 25 opposed it. The Traffic Commission chose not to make a decision at that meeting and requested that we bring it back at the May meeting. A number of things that the residents were concerned with the proposal were aesthetics, property values, and concerns about pedestrians on the street. We returned, next slide please. We returned to the Traffic Commission in May 3rd. We came back with an alternate recommendation. And being that the street was going to be slurry sealed in the next year in 2022, we recommended that we proceed again with the centerline striping, with the thought that it could be proceed with the centerline striping on a trial basis, knowing that we would be slurry sealing the street in 2022. We could return to the Traffic Commission before the slurry seal and evaluate the striping, hear what the folks thought about it, and see if it actually made a difference. The Traffic Commission did approve that. They recommended that we proceed with that recommendation. At that meeting, still, the majority of speakers at the meeting objected to that proposal. 12 of 18 were opposed to that. So on May 10th, an appeal was filed by a resident of Calle de Arboles. Next slide, please. Little information about the street itself. The portion of the street that we're considering on Calle de Arboles is 2,600 feet long between Via Alameda and Via Calusa, considering that for the centerline striping. These are images of the street. The street is 34 feet wide, which is a very typical residential street in the city of Torrance. It has rolled curbs along the edges on both sides. Parking is permitted on both sides. And there's very little sidewalk, just a few patchy locations of sidewalk. So for the most part, pedestrians need to walk in the street if they're gonna walk. Traffic volumes on the street are very typical of a residential street. That's 600 vehicles a day. The roadway is very straight. It's pretty flat. Visibility is very good, and the visibility itself is part of the problem, I believe. There's no centerline striping today. So today, the vehicles are able to drive right down the middle of the street. There's plenty of space, and they do speed. So we've had, the report indicates 4 out of 43 vehicles. I was out there over the weekend, and I saw a good number of vehicles driving quite fast. So they go right down the middle of the street, and they go. The proposal is to put a centerline stripe down the middle. What that does is it constrains the lane that people drive in. Today, when vehicles drive down the middle of the street, when they do encounter an opposing vehicle, they move to the side, they slow, and then they pass each other, then they pick up speed again. And the thought, which is it's a common treatment in traffic engineering circles, is to constrain lanes, kind of choke lanes to be able to slow traffic down. That is what we had proposed. And it is not uncommon in the city to have centerline striping. Next slide, please. It's a bit small to see, but this is the segment just west of Via Alameda, and that's just west of the section of the roadway in question. And next slide gives us a blow-up of what we're proposed. We proposed putting a centerline stripe like this, 4 inches wide, yellow. It's a dash, it was skip stripe, so if they do encounter a pedestrian or another vehicle or something, they could actually cross it. So they're not forbidden. It's not illegal to cross that line. Next slide, please. And these are the other streets in the area that have centerline striping. It's not super common, but there are a good number of representative locations with centerline striping. Next slide, please. So we have the two recommendations. The first is a recommendation to deny the appeal, and that's the recommendation of the Traffic Commission. So to deny the appeal and proceed with what they had recommended: installation of the yellow centerline stripe, to perform speed surveys before and after installation of the stripe, and then to direct staff to come back to the Traffic Commission with the before and after traffic data for reconsideration of the stripe when the street is slurry sealed in 2022. So the decision would be, do we remove the stripe or do we put the stripe back after the slurry seal is complete? That's the first recommendation. The alternative recommendation of the Public Works Director, to uphold the appeal, do not install the stripe now, and direct staff to go out and take the speed surveys now to verify that there is a speed problem, and to come back to the Traffic Commission to consider measures, including but not limited to centerline striping. So looking at potentially other things as well. And I should say, as far as the speed observations that we took, we literally went out there and watched it. So we didn't have radar guns, we didn't have a radar trailer to use. So we used our reckoning as to which vehicles were going faster and which weren't. And so that was, and if there's a weak point in the way that we analyze this, that might be it. So the second recommendation is to give us the opportunity to go do that with machines to actually measure exactly what the speeds are. And with that, I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Fenton. And then there's also the other alternative is to do nothing. I mean, there's always that.
It's true.
And I know I'm hearing that from an awful lot of the people. I'm sure the same ones who went to Traffic Commission. We received a number of emails. In fact, today we have some additional emails that are here. Have any questions from council? I see no one right now, so we'll move on to the appellant. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. Sorry, Steve. A late entry.
Thank you, Mayor. I think earlier I recall you said traffic engineering practice is that centerline striping is a common technique to slow speed. Does that apply in all streets? Because I'm in my head, I'm thinking that, yes, on a highway like Crenshaw or Hawthorne, or sometimes we have islands, or big streets. Then the residential street, does data prove that as well?
We don't have data indicating that, but it's a common technique to choke lanes, to narrow them. So in this case, I believe it would be effective in a street of this width. If the streets get wider, it wouldn't be as effective. So in this case, it's 34 feet wide to 17-foot half street, and if you drive it, your car fits in that space, but it's not super comfortable. You're more aware, and you kind of guard the way you're driving, so you slow down. And that's, in this case, this is where we think it would work, because it's constraining it into a space that's slightly uncomfortable, and drivers have a tendency to kind of slow down, just like they were passing each other.
Sure. I understand the way you described it. I guess maybe my real life observation is not precisely that way, that in a small neighborhood street, even if there's a line there, the driver typically goes right down the middle, regardless of the line is there or not. And then when they're about to pass, they almost drive it almost like there was no line there. That's why I was just asking, based on, I know you talked about traffic engineering technique. I was just thinking in real life, does that show it? Is it effective? That's what I'm wondering.
Well, some drivers may just disregard the stripe. Prudent drivers wouldn't. So I guess we're not dealing with prudent drivers, are we?
I better stay silent a little bit then. That's it for now.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Matucci.
sorry, I have a question as well. We're-
Getting my workout.
You don't, you don't have to go to the gym. I have a question. Now, the Calle de Arboles, to me, appears to be rather narrow when you're talking about being able to park vehicles, walk in the street, because there's no sidewalks. I would imagine most of Calle de Arboles, if not all of it, and also two-way directional traffic. So when you take all those things into consideration, I guess my question would be, is Calle de Arboles considered a standard size two-way street when you're taking into consideration that people have to walk in the street and also park in the street?
Well, as far as in the city of Torrance, a 34-foot wide street is very common. It's more often than not, they're 34 feet wide. Typical rule of thumb is a street width, half street width, including parking, even on arterial would be 18 feet. So this is 17 feet half street. When you drive it, it's somewhat comfortable, but it's a little tight. Now, as far as factoring in the pedestrians, there are very few sidewalks in this stretch. So it's very spotty, so people, they do walk on the street. There are sidewalks to the west, west of Alameda. But as far as the center line stripe with pedestrians on the street as well, the fact that the stripe that we are proposing, is a dash skip stripe. So it's yellow, it's not a solid, it's not a double yellow. So going over that is fine. It's legal, it's perfectly legal to do that. And if a vehicle was to encounter a pedestrian in the street, well, clearly they're going to drive around. It's just when there are no obstructions and the street's wide open, if there is a stripe there, the vehicles have a tendency to kind of cheat over and try to stay in it. Again, prudent drivers.
Yeah, okay. And obviously, I mean, I do have a concern with the fact that with a parked vehicle, people will be walking on the traffic side of that vehicle and pushing vehicles to stay in their lane, whether it's subconsciously, legally, or otherwise, doesn't matter. Most likely, people will be trying to stay in their lane, I guess. You would imagine, I'd hope. But of course, with people walking, people opening their car doors to get in or out, especially to get out, I would imagine that seems like a little bit of a tight squeeze. Also, as far as the speeding, I think we've done studies throughout the city over the years about speeding. I think every street in Torrance has speeders, and quite a bit of them. Calle de Arboles is not a thorough street. It doesn't necessarily go from one highway to another, one major road to another. I would imagine that most of that traffic is local or somebody that's lost because I would imagine, I mean, and it is a pretty big street with a lot of residents, and it does connect a lot of little streets to it, but you wouldn't be necessarily on it unless you really, really have to be on it. It's kind of like far out there, right?
Agreed, yes.
So my point is, you know, we have speeders everywhere. You know, I think we need to take a more of a citywide approach to speeding because, I mean, where I live, trust me, it's like a racetrack. And, you know, and even there, you know, we have signs that say, you know, speed limit 35, and, but most people are going 45, 50, then after hours, 120. But I don't know. I'm a little concerned that we need to maybe start putting together a little bit more accurate data as far as speeding and also how do the stripes affect streets with no sidewalks versus just any other street, because they may work on streets with sidewalks but create other problems. We don't want the cure to be whatever the saying is. We don't want the cure to be create other problems. Anyway, sorry. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Before you go, Steve, any other questions? I see none. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Oh. All right. Does the appellant wish to speak? Is the appellant on the line?
Is the appellant on the line?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, Mayor and honorable council members. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to be able to present our case in front of you today. I filed this appeal on behalf of a very large number of residents on the affected parts of Calle de Arboles, who feel very strongly that not only would striping not result in any meaningful speed reduction, but in fact it would create more dangerous conditions on the street than before the striping. I would like to read here my original May 3rd letter to the Traffic Commission signed by 39 homeowners in opposition to striping. This letter lays out our arguments against the striping. Now, no resident is pro-speeding. We all want a safe environment for our families to live in, where we don't have to worry about pedestrians or pets hit by cars. However, a substantial part of the reason people move to this area is because of its semi-rural atmosphere, which is rare to find in Torrance. If there is a safety issue that needs correcting, the residents of the area need to know about it and be able to balance safety with the effect of a proposed solution that the proposed solution would have on the area. Most people are aware that there are some speeders, but a majority of residents don't perceive that this problem rises to the level of needing a significant alteration to the neighborhood atmosphere in the form of striping. It seems to us, since the overwhelming majority of residents in the area are opposed to striping, the city has an obligation to confirm that, one, there is indeed a problem, two, show what the extent of the problem is, three, compare this problem to other Riviera streets that do have striping, and finally, present evidence that the proposed solution will be effective. The first deficiency in the original striping trial proposal is that residents do not know what the extent of the problem with speeding is on the street. So far, it has been only anecdotal observations by some concerned residents. But the question is, how many vehicles are speeding? How fast are they going? The answer to these questions would provide baseline data needed to determine if there is a significant problem. A measuring criteria will then need to be developed to determine how to judge the trial. Since there is already tremendous resistance to striping the street, and no one wants to be stuck with a solution where it would be difficult to reverse what was already done, such as temporary striping. The next deficiency is the lack of data that shows that lane striping is an effective deterrent that would slow people down. The city has stated that they have put in striping in other parts of the city. However, the city engineer's office has admitted that no data was collected prior to any of those installations, and no studies were done following the installations to see what the effect was. Also, the city has no data supporting that lines have ever worked in residential area that would support even a trial period. It would be important to have a frame of reference to other streets in the Riviera, such as Paseo de las Tortugas or Via Monte de Oro, that already have striping, and understand the average speeds and percentage of speedsters to total cars, and what exactly was the average over the speed limit speed. For example, is that 2 to 5 miles an hour over the 25-mile speed limit, or is it more like 10 to 15 miles over the speed limit? Keep in mind that both Paseo de las Tortugas and Via Monte de Oro have sidewalks. Our street does not. Comparing our street to those two streets will provide us with a much better understanding of the driving patterns in the Riviera, and might even give us insight into if stripes are effective or not. Furthermore, if a study is done after the lines are placed, how will the success or failure of the trial be determined? More anecdotal observation? Lastly, due to the unique configuration of this section of Calle de Arboles, namely no sidewalks plus curbside parking, there should be evidence that this will not cause additional problems that may be equivalent or worse than the original issue. Due to the lack of sidewalks and the curbside parking, walkers on the street are often forced to walk several feet in towards the center of the street. If striping is done, this presents a very dangerous situation as drivers will be likely to try to stay within their lane, therefore increasing the risk of hitting a pedestrian. The residents signing this letter feel that prior to any striping being added to Coyote Arbalest, the required data should be collected and presented to justify the city's proposal. Again, because the majority of residents oppose striping, the city must show that there is a significant problem and that the proposed solution is effective prior to striping and hereby negatively impacting the atmosphere that people wanted when they purchased their properties. So what I just read was a rationale for strongly opposing the striping on Coyote Arbalest. Now, yesterday I found out from talking to the Public Works Department that they're actually recommending that our appeal be upheld and data collected, analyzed, and that brought before the Traffic Commission without any mandates that the striping be done. I am delighted with their new position. I wish they made that recommendation during the last Traffic Commission hearing, which would have avoided us having to file a costly appeal in order to be heard. Today, I also read that the Public Works staff report on this matter and noted that on page 2 in the analysis portion, that when staff took speed observation on November 11, 2020, between 4 and 5 p.m., they estimated only 4 out of 43 vehicles were traveling in excess of 30 miles per hour. Again, only 4 out of 43. That does not indicate to me a big problem. I wish that information was presented in either of the 2 Traffic Commission hearings as well, as I'm learning this for the first time now. Finally, the Public Works staff report for March 1st, 2021 Traffic Commission hearing, it was reported that there were only 3 reported collisions in Coyote Arbalest between Via Alameda and Via Calusa in the 5-year period. Most importantly, it was stated that they were all related to improper turning violations, not excessive speeding. So looking at all this information makes one wonder, what is the true current pictures of driving dangers in Coyote Arbalest? Again, I'm delighted with Public Works' new recommendation and encourage the City Council to adopt it. But with following amendment, while they're collecting the driving data on Coyote Arbalest, they should also collect the data on Paseo de las Tortugas and or via Monte de Oro for building our understanding of how fast are people already driving on streets with yellow striping. Finally, I want to thank Steve Sinton for coming out this past Saturday to personally deliver the hearing notices to everyone on the street once it was brought up to him that some of the notices may not have been received in the mail. I really appreciate it, Steve. That's all I have, and I'm happy to answer any of your questions for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Neskas. Let's see if there's any questions from the council. Councilmember Ashcraft has one for you.
Thank you. My question is, I am assuming that the bulk of the residents on Calle de Arbalest requested something be done. And now it sounds like the bulk of the residents on Calle de Arbalest don't want anything done. Could you clarify that for me, please?
Yes, thank you. That's a very good question. Actually, that's not quite accurate. There was only about maybe 3 to 5 people that have originally approached the city. This was completely unbeknownst to us. Nobody knew about it. The way we found out about it is when the city staff was about to stripe the street the following day. So it was a very small group of people that brought it to the city.
Thank you.
Any other questions from council? I see none. All right, thank you. Want to hang in? We'll get 5 minutes after we hear the rest of the public. Okay, Igor?
Okay. Yes.
Okay. We have some callers in the call center.
Zulma, are you on the line?
Yes, I will start patching in the calls. Armo B, you are now unmuted.
Hello?
Yes,
Hello?
please proceed.
Hi. First of all, I'd like to say thank you so much for all that you guys do for our city. We really appreciate it. This seems like a really hard job that you have. But anyway, I wanted to say that I'm against, put it on mute because I'm like, okay, I want to say that I'm against the line in the middle of the street, not because of the aesthetics or because it's going to decrease the property value, but because I feel it's an incredibly dangerous thing to do on that street. I drive down that street every day. I drive the speed limit, and for me to straddle the right side of the road would be incredibly dangerous because of all the cars that are parked on that street and all the people that walk on that street. I feel I'd be incredibly unsafe to drive on the right shoulder of the street because it doesn't give you enough of a response time. If somebody walks out behind a car, you could easily mow them down because you don't have the response time. Even at 25 or 20 or even 15, you wouldn't have the response time to see them and stop if you're on the side of the road. Whereas if you're in the middle of the road, you have a better response time. So I feel that the line would really make the street more dangerous than helpful. Yeah, so that's my input on that, and I hope you guys don't put the line there. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Bye.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Karen C., you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Hi. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you all, and thank you to those in blue as well. I lived on Calle de Árboles in the proposed segment for 50 years, raised my 6 children there. We don't have sidewalks, but we're fortunate on that stretch and beyond to parallel the bridle trail for the entire stretch in question. And that allows easy access for children to play, walkers to walk, dogs to walk with their walkers. Our street is narrow, but the traffic has never been a threat to our families. We have 3 stop signs in that short stretch in question, and believe that center lines will add a threat as they will force traffic, as the previous caller said, to each side, limiting peripheral visibility and causing both vehicle and human injuries, which have not been prevalent or even happened in the past, as was mentioned. Our street is as safe as you can find in our city, and our longtime residents have echoed that. Collect the data and you'll find that our street does not warrant this attention. Look at Mr. Hinton's map and you will see that continuing east on Calle de Árboles would also require striping. I'm calling on Traffic Commission's appeal, and thank you to those who have patiently kept awake and actually educated us all to what you all deal with. Considering Councilmember Matucci's comments, why just our short stretch? Look at the map. Again, why not continue east past Via Palooza? It's ridiculous to think that yellow striping is...
Mayor, the caller was disconnected because her time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Andre B., your 2 minutes starts now.
Good evening. The majority of the residents in this area have asked for data to show that there is a speeding problem on Arboles. I have a 27-year career investigating traffic accident liability, so I support getting as much accurate data as possible prior to implementing any remedies. And accurate data is not people standing on the side of the road observing. It is actually collecting physical data by radar or other speed measurement. We need to know if there's a problem on the street, and if so, what the extent of it is. So another way of saying this is I support the alternate proposal that is in front of the council at this point. I do think that in addition to data from Arbalest, data should be collected from other nearby streets. It gives us a little bit better idea of context. If the average speed is, say, 28 miles an hour on Arbalest, what is it on the other streets with striping? We need to know how much better or worse our street is than other streets. Once the data is collected, we need to know if the solution that's proposed is actually a solution. And this is the thing where Mr. Fenton kind of gets in a little bit of trouble with conjecture because he's saying that, it's been done other places. Well, it hasn't been done successfully on residential streets. On larger streets, it works with higher speed limits. But on residential streets with a speed limit or speed average is below 30 miles an hour, you're not going to get any kind of gain from putting the striping in. And in this particular section, as people have mentioned, there's no sidewalks, which means that people are going to be, with stripes, forced to the outer edge of the lane closer to the parked cars. Well, that's where the people who are going to walk in the area are coming from. And there's no room for error when you come out from between parked cars if a car is already in the right side of the lane. The way it is now, you can drive down the middle, you have room to react for any kids coming out, people coming out, dogs, strollers, all these types of things. I think that's an important aspect of things. The bottom line here is...
Mayor, the caller was disconnected because his time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Charles S., you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Council, for your time. I've been a resident in this area for 38 years. I don't see an issue. Yes, there are some speeders, but the speeders are going to continue to speed. They don't stop at the stop signs, and Steve was out there and observed some of that. I tend to drive down the center of the road along with most residents because I feel much more comfortable. I drive at the speed limit. I've tested the new line, and I'm very uncomfortable because you don't have any time if somebody does happen to walk out. So I'm totally against the striping, and I think, as one of the council members mentioned, there's no need to do anything. The majority of the residents don't want anything done. Thank you for your time.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. John S., you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Members of the council, thank you for considering this appeal. My name is John Stubbs. I am a husband to a lovely wife and father of two wonderful boys. I'm an engineer at a local business and a t-ball coach at the Riviera Little League. My wife and I have lived in Torrance for 15 years and consider this city, and especially this street, Coyote Arbalest, to be our home. I'm speaking to you today because I am terribly disappointed that my neighborhood must resort to this desperate plea in order to prevent the unnecessary striping of our street. The Traffic Commission has acted upon unscientific and anecdotal data from a small number of residents to decide that there is a speeding problem and has proposed a very nonsensical solution to this, centerline striping. When myself and my neighbors were given the opportunity to comment on this plan, we have objected both to the underlying basis of the issue and the recommended solution. This has occurred at 2 Traffic Commission meetings and a signed petition. Despite this enormous amount of feedback from residents, we've been basically disregarded by the Traffic Commission. Taking this a step further, Traffic Commission will not even perform a basic survey and present this evidence to residents so that we can both define if there is in fact a problem, and if that exists, then work together to find a more logical solution. And I believe that on a residential street like this, there are many better options to prevent speeding than actual centerline striping. So I would really request the council to please overrule the Traffic Commission's illogical decision. Please exercise your responsibility to good governance. Please do not stripe Coyote Arbalest. Thank you.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Sarah T., you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Hi, good evening. Thanks for taking my call. I'm a resident of Coyote Arbalest and have been for the last 11 years, and I've raised 2 small children and had a crazy dog on the street. and never once did it feel unsafe because of speeders. Just anecdotally, as everybody's mentioned, you cannot judge this. I've lived here. I've seen a few speeders, not enough to call this a problem. So if this is not a problem, it does not need a solution. We do not need a center stripe. And if we must go forward with some sort of test, we must see a lot of data, and data that is cross-referenced to data from other streets, because I just can't imagine that we're going to find that this is a major speed zone. It is not. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Pork Chop, you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, guys, you're lucky because I was up there just in that same particular road we're talking about, and I did not see any problem with the road, but I don't see any problem if they put a stripe on the road. But I see a problem is that somebody complains and wants stripes, and now we have over half an hour hearing and countless hours of city staff work and input involved and already too much money. All this time, just pay the stripe and, who's just going to bother? Like you have stripes on the freeway, right? Does it bother you on the freeway? But what bothers me in the neighborhood is that counting the flags on this holiday Sunday weekend, and I was counting the blue ribbons, and I did not find any blue ribbons. And every fifth house has a flag. Anyway, my suggestion is don't do the stripes, do the speed bumps. Our firefighters go through the speed bumps easily on the LA County parking lot. It's no problem. Just put in the speed bumps, even if the firefighter says no. I have countless videos showing how firefighters go through, the Torrance firefighters can go through the speed bumps. Give them some speed bumps. That slows them down, man. They're walking the dog on the street, and the guy not going to go over the stripe because they're walking the dog. This is the problem for these people. Speed bumps, man. Put down the speed bumps. Anyway, Andy Pork Chop, I hope I have your decision made.
Thank you, Mr. Turda.
Mayor, the caller was disconnected because his time was up. Moving on to the next caller. LM, you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Yes, I'm a resident of Calle de Arboles. I've lived here since the late 80s. Moved here because of the rural atmosphere. I'd really like to keep it that way. I don't think striping the street is a good idea. I don't understand why the city would position itself for litigation by requiring drivers to drive closer to the pedestrians. Some drivers are going to speed no matter what you do. If you notice the avenues off of PV Drive in Redondo with the bumps, the speeders and brake in between the bumps. My recommendation is the way it's been. 48. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor, the caller disconnected himself. Moving on to the next caller. Chris C., you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes starts now. Chris C., are you still on the phone?
I am.
Your 2 minutes starts now, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for having given us the opportunity to appeal this decision of the Traffic Commission. I have to agree with what Igor said earlier about the impacts that this would have on the location or the locality. One of the things that centerline striping does is it is a flag to drivers. It says there's my territory and there's your territory. If the center line I'm driving down, I can now speed along my side of the street because you can't come over. So if there's any children playing in the street or as pedestrians, they're secondary because you've just indicated my side of the road is mine to drive on. And that becomes more of a liability issue for the city because you have put in an informal barrier in the center of the street that has now indicated that I can just go. And I believe that overruling or upholding this appeal or actually doing nothing, as Mayor Fury suggested, would be the right action. And I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. John L., you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I've been here in the 800 block since 1982, and the family's been here since the 50s. And if you come out on any Saturday morning or early evening, there's pedestrians on both sides right next to the parked cars, and there's barely enough room for, one lane of traffic in either direction. This is just a bad idea. I think it puts pedestrians at risk. We have a few speeders every once in a while. The solution for that is to have some enforcement. I mean, the houses have been here since 1948, and there's never been a need to stripe before then, so I just don't see the data supporting this. I'd encourage you to strike this down and do nothing for the time being. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Suzanne N., you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I want to thank the mayor and the council members, and I really agree with what Mayor Fury said, which is do nothing. Or if we have to do something, let's data this every which way, because this whole premise, which is so absurd, it's so unnecessary, and it's so disappointing that after meeting with the Traffic Commission in a public hearing, they didn't listen to the majority of residents, and that we even had to bother all of you council members late at night with this appeal. And I appreciate your time, but I appreciate what Council Member Chen said about, this is a real life situation. This is not just something that maybe works in other areas or quote unquote a common technique. It may be a common technique, but this is an unusual street. As many people have said, there are no sidewalks and there's parking on both sides. And I walk on the street almost every day, and we are in these streets. And I would feel very uncomfortable both as a pedestrian and a driver if there was striping on this street. I've lived on the street many, many years. I grew up in the Hollywood Riviera. I went to school in the Riviera Elementary. There's never been striping on Arborleaf, and there doesn't need to be. Now, Mr. Fenton mentioned that there is striping on satellite streets. Yes, those streets have sidewalks, and they have a different topography. They are going, for example, straight up and down, like via Montefiore. It's a different situation. It's not a straight street where you can see who's coming, who's going, and again, no sidewalks. And so I also agree with what Councilmember Matucci said, and I really appreciate it, that there's a concern about data. How can you impose a solution when A, you don't know if there's a problem, B...
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Daryl A., you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think what we're dealing with here is speeding cars and essentially selfishness of the drivers that are speeding. And the solution is to put on some type of penalty, and that's either going to be traffic enforcement by the police, and they've already said that they're not going to do that, or we shame these drivers. And we shame them by putting up a speed-operated webcam, post those photos to Nextdoor, which is a perfect platform for shaming people, and let the Nextdoor trolls have at them. I basically agree with Mayor Fury. Best thing to do right now is to do nothing. And, you know, we're trying to essentially we want to stop speeding. There's no doubt about that. We want to turn this area into a neighborhood. And we can't have speeding cars, you know, going down the street and call it a neighborhood. So something has to be done. But I don't think it's a stripe. That's not going to make anything better. All right. Good night.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Paul B., you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Hello?
Paul B., are you still on the phone?
Yeah, I'm here.
Your 2 minutes starts now.
All right, thank you.
Paul, can you please mute the television in the background?
Yeah, I'm doing that. So,
Thank you.
Thanks for listening. I think the first thing is the important thing is safety of the residents. I'm opposed to the strike. No strike. We need traffic enforcement. We need to do the study. And the council needs to listen to the will of the people. There's so many people that are against this. And to even consider to do something beyond the will of the people just sounds ridiculous to me. So if you don't do what we want, we're going to vote you out. And you need to use the money for important things that are going to make real changes in this city. There's all kinds of other problems, and we don't need a strike on this street. But we definitely need traffic enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Rex, you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Hi, my name is Rex Ito. My wife and I have lived on Calle de Arboles for 26 years, and we raised 4 kids. We went K through 12 through Riviera Elementary, Richardson, and South High. We own 2 houses on this section of the street in question, and feel it's completely unnecessary to paint yellow stripes on the street. Calle de Arboles is the street of trees. There's no street lights, no sidewalks. It's one of the reasons why we bought and live here. It has been a beautiful, quiet place to live with good neighbors. A yellow stripe down the middle of the street will restrict how we use the street, to change the aesthetics, and making the street look more like a highway. There's a fair amount of foot traffic, biking, and dog walking on the street. Splitting the road down the center will definitely reduce the freedom movement of 99% of the stakeholders to use the street. When I drive down the street, I'll drive off center to allow for a bit more reaction time for a ball or something to bounce the street, or avoid a car door opening. Lines will force everyone to stay on one side, which, in fact, the street is not that busy. I'm not saying I haven't seen cars racing down the street at high speeds, but I've witnessed maybe 5 to 10 times of that over 25 years, and it's usually late at night. And I guarantee many of us will call 911 when we see that. So I don't think we're going to deter anyone from speeding by having a yellow line. My point is, it's unnecessary and probably less safe to restrict the use of the street for 99.9% of the stakeholders, or try to control speeding traffic while changing the aesthetics and the feel of the street. our neighborhood is not a thoroughfare, and we shouldn't be paint the street like it is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Larry, you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Thanks for listening to us. I just wanted to bring up something, and everybody's mentioned the people on the street and the no sidewalks and everything. But I just wanted to mention that I've had my cars hit a couple times. The street is pretty narrow to begin with. I've lost a couple rearview mirrors, and I had one car get sideswiped. And this is the kind of thing you don't call the police department or anything. The insurance company takes care of it, or in my case, I take care of it myself. But I just wanted to mention that the street is real narrow, and putting that stripe in really forces people off to the side. So thank you for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Rick, you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Hi, this is Rick Furious. I live on the affected section of Calle Arboles, and we do have a very unique situation on our street where we do have a lot of cars that park on the street instead of the driveways or the garages compared to other sections of the street. And that, combined with no sidewalks, I think does create a bit more of a danger zone. And I'm still perplexed to wonder why, if you're thinking about striping just 2 blocks of Calle de Arboles, I can't understand why other blocks are not being striped also. I mean, it can't just be a problem in 2 blocks on almost a mile and a half street. So that's a perplexing thing that I have. Why are just 2 blocks being affected by this option? I've done some research on traffic calming options, putting in chicanes, narrowing certain areas of the street, putting in roundabouts, putting in barriers. Not once did I ever see striping mentioned as one of the mitigating factors in solving a problem for traffic calming. The striping was not mentioned at all. I do want to mention that also after the very first meeting, I sent an email to the committee with a lot of out-of-the-box ideas on what else might be done besides striping. I know you can't respond now, but I'd be curious to know if you even considered any of those other options that I threw out there regarding some things that could be done to affect this issue. As many of others said, there's really no empirical evidence that this solution is going to.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Robert S., you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Thank you. Thank you for taking this time to listen to us. The issue I was part of the original group that spoke with our city council, and the issue was never about using a center line. It was about controlling the speed. We wanted anything you can do, police, tickets, bumps, roundabouts, I don't know, whatever. It was not about the line. So I think the issue is getting a little confused here. We just want safety for the children, and I would not want to attend to my friend Charles' funeral. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Alex V., you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Thank you. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to voice my opinion today. And I'd like to echo what most of my fellow neighbors have already mentioned in the call today, including members George Chan and Aurelio Matucci, and of course the mayor. I just don't see a problem. There is occasionally people speeding in the streets. I use the street every day. We have a family of 5. We have 2 small children. I teach my children to be careful on the street. There's always going to be people speeding. But at the end of the day, what we want is a safe environment. and having a center line stripping will cause more problems than the status quo. So I oppose the stripping categorically. And again, thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. John Kay, you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. I'd like to thank Mr. Nasaskin for spearheading this effort on behalf of the residents along Calle Arboles. And I have created a short poem to express my sentiments. To stripe or not to stripe, that is the question. The line down the center gives me indigestion. The simple solution, as far as I see it, like my dad always told me, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Thank you.
Bravo.
Mayor, this concludes the communications for the hearing. Thank you.
Okay. Now, Mr. Nastasi gets an opportunity if he so desires.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Well, I guess the neighborhood has spoken. I don't know if I have much to add, but I agree with what everyone said. So I guess it's up to you as to how you want to resolve this situation, which obviously is, the striping is very unpopular, and until the data is gathered, we don't think that the striping should even be considered. Thank you very much.
We do have sound. Okay, Council Member Ashcraft.
I just want to say that I visited Calle de Arboles on Sunday evening.
Well, wait, before we do that, let's close the public hearing.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Councilmember Griffith?
I move to close the public hearing.
I second. Oh.
Was that Councilmember Ashcraft that seconded? Okay, let me clear out this.
A couple seconds.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Now, Councilwoman Ashcraft.
Thank you. I visited, as I said, Sunday evening, and the street, cars were parked on both sides of the street. It was a busy evening. My feeling is, even though Mr. Fenton, and I'm sure he's right, the street is a normal size for Torrance, it seemed very narrow. My vote would be to do nothing. It sounds like the bulk of the neighborhood is ready to do nothing, and that would be my take on this. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think I can wrap it up. Some people complained about speeding there on the street, and we looked at it. And my reading of absolutely everything that came in is this, because of confluence of things, we're going to be doing slurry seal out there next year. So the thought was this is a very inexpensive way to do some traffic calming. And whether you believe it or not, stripes down the seat will cause some kind of traffic calming. But I think we've heard it from the people who live on Calle Los Robles. They don't want the striping down there, and apparently speeding is, every street has speeding. I live on a side street, and people speed down there, it happens. And we can't have our motor officers on every street at every time catching those people. I kind of like the shaming idea. That's really a good idea. Anything that happens on next door is always 100% true. Does the council wish to take action on this?
Yes, Mayor. I would like to move that we uphold the appeal and take no further action exclusive to Calle de Arboles, but instead come back to the Traffic Commission with a report on speed-reducing measures that the city of Torrance has done in the past and current. That's my motion. Correction, did I say council? I meant to the traffic commission. Did I say traffic commission?
Yeah.
Okay. My brain's on.
That didn't work
It's
either.
on 10:41
That
PM.
didn't work either.
That didn't work either.
Yeah. Is there a second? If there's no second, I'll entertain another motion. Councilwoman Ashcraft.
I move that we do nothing, that we file this
Okay,
report.
then we have to appeal.
Well, okay, so that we uphold the appeal and do nothing, and file the information for now.
I will second that.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We'll now take a 5 or 10 minute break. Okay, we're back from our break, and we're calling the meeting back to order. And we're moving on to item 8, our consent calendar. Do any of the council members wish to pull any items listed under consent calendar? I see none. I want to make a note that although that clock says 10:59, it's after 11, which is the latest I think I've ever heard a consent calendar called as an agenda item. Councilman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. Motion to approve the consent calendar in its entirety.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is item 9A from the city manager to provide COVID-19 recovery update and determine direction on orders from the County of Los Angeles and the State of California regarding COVID-19. Mr. Chaparian.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Adam Chaparian, City Manager. No significant updates since last week. However, Cal OSHA met on June 3rd. I guess that's the most significant update to address new guidelines for employees when the economy reopens. The revised Cal OSHA standards are expected to go into effect no later than June 15th, when the state is expected to reopen and remove most of the restrictions. However, the state has expressed that we will remain in a state of emergency and are expected to stay in effect until July 31. Some of the revisions include all employees must comply with 6 feet distancing rule for all employees working indoors. Employers must provide face coverings and ensure employees wear face coverings except in specific areas. And then employers must provide respirators like N95 masks for voluntary use. As of this evening, Mr. Jason Nishiyama stated, our finance manager, that Cal OSHA has another emergency meeting tomorrow. So I imagine we'll have additional updates to follow. With that, myself, Fire Chief, and Katie Wan are available for any questions you may have. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions from the council? I see none. I'll take a motion to accept and file.
I move to accept and file.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is item 9B from Finance to adopt a resolution approving the fiscal year 2021-22 appropriations limit and selection of annual adjustment factors. From staff?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the Council. Joe Pham from the Finance Department. Item 9B is the recommendation of the Finance Director that Council adopt a resolution approving the City of Torrance appropriations limit for fiscal year 2022, also known as GAN Initiative. Proposition 4 of Article 13B of the California State Constitution mandates government entities set a spending limit on revenues collected from taxes, which the city does every year. Proposition 111 grants cities the option to choose a population factor and a price factor in the calculation of the appropriations limit. Using the percentage change in the city's population growth and percentage change in California per capita income results in an appropriations limit of $4.062 billion for fiscal year 2022. The appropriations subject to limitation is $135.1 million, placing the city $3.9 billion below the fiscal year 2022 limitation. Staff is available for any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the council? I see none. Thank you. May we have a number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor. This is resolution number 2021-51. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, approving the 2021-22 appropriations limit and selection of the annual adjustment factors for the same fiscal year.
Mayor, I move to adopt resolution 2021-51.
I will second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is item 9C from the city clerk to discuss and provide direction to the city clerk on filling the unexpired at-large term of Councilmember Tim Goodrich. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Honor. It's the recommendation of the city clerk that city council give direction on filling the at-large vacant seat term expiring June 2022, created by the resignation of Councilmember Tim Goodrich. Councilmember Goodrich submitted his resignation at the May 18th council meeting with an effective date June 1st. Under Torrance City Charter, Section 601, a vacancy is created with the election, and under Section 603A, the City Council shall appoint a new member within 60 days of a vacancy. The 60 days begins the day after the resignation, and the last day to take action is Tuesday, July 27th, 2021. The council has the following options: appointment based on nominations from the City Council, solicitation of applications with appointment by City Council nomination and voting on those who have applied, or call a special election. If the City Council chooses to solicit applications, the prior practice has been to advertise by way of written notice in the Daily Breeze, to notify community organizations, and to post the information on the city's website. Previously, the City Council has requested that persons wishing to be considered for appointment complete the application form, supplemental questionnaire, and to submit them to the City Clerk's office by a designated deadline. The information would then be provided to the City Council at a regular City Council meeting. The following dates are suggested if City Council direction is to solicit applications. Website posting and emailed notices to public groups would occur tomorrow, Wednesday, June 9th. Daily Breeze ad publication would be sent tomorrow to be published this Friday or Saturday, June 11th or 12th. Notices and applications will be available in person, online, or via email Thursday, June 10th, with a deadline for receipt of completed applications in person, by email or U.S. mail, postmarks not accepted, by Wednesday, June 30th, and for the City Council to either appoint on Tuesday, July 13th or July 20th. The interim appointment would be from the date of the appointment to the installation of an elected successor after the June 2022 election. The governing charter section also recognizes that the City Council may fail to appoint and provides for an alternate method to fill the vacancy. If the City Council fails to make an appointment by July 30th, 2021, a special election must be called to fill the vacancy. The California Government Code 36512 states that an election to fill a vacancy must be held not less than 114 days after the date of the order of election. The election date falls on November 18th, 2021. It should be noted that the Los Angeles County Register Recorder would be unable to run a special election for the City of Torrance on November 18th due to the governor's recall election scheduled for around that same time. They would be able to accommodate us on the November 2nd, 2021 ballot. However, the election would have to be called earlier, prior to July 30th. A quote from the Los Angeles County Register Recorder County Clerk's Election Division was received, and the amount of a special election would cost $654,000 for one at-large City Council seat. The City Clerk requests that your honorable body give direction for the use of an application process or determine alternate methods. If the application process is preferred, the meeting prior to the end of the deadline is July 20th, 2021, and there is sufficient time to allow the maximum time for interested parties to submit applications and staff to prepare the item as noted above. And I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? I see Councilmember Griffith.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Boye. Couple comments. First, the cost of a special election is just unbelievably through the roof. $654,000 is the estimate that we were given. Ms. Boye, do you have any idea what it cost 5 years ago or so for a similar election?
Elections used to run about $200,000, around there.
It's just incredible the amount of increase in the cost of elections, and I really do believe that the cost of elections is actually now hurting our ability to bring forward items that really the people need to be able to vote on. So people keep that in mind when you ask for more voting rights, because there is a cost to it, and we're seeing it right here. As far as, I obviously would like to see us go to an appointment for the position to save us the cost of the the election. I would like to shoot for July 13th as the date would be my preference, just so in case there's any problem, we will have some time to recover and try to regroup before we have to go to a special election. And I was just wondering if it would be possible for the city clerk's office, when they vet the applicants, to write and confirm the district number that the applicants live in?
Yes, we can do that, Councilmember.
That'd be great, thank you. That's all.
Any other questions, comments? I agree, the 13th is a good date to shoot for. Gives us a lot of options on the outside, although I've been through this, I think, 5 times. This may be the 6th, and I think there's a number of them before that. And we've never had to go to an election. We can always come to a resolution. There's too many good people in our city, as we saw tonight. So there's not a doubt in my mind that we'll get there. But I think we should shoot for the 13th, get it done earlier. It's kind of nice, we have 60 days. This is the first time we did that, so apparently the last ballot measure was fruitful in that respect, made it a little bit simpler. If there is no other, then I think I'd ask for a motion to proceed in the way the clerk outlined.
Mayor, I'd like to motion that we move forward with the appointment process as described by the clerk, with return to council for a vote on July 13th.
I'll second that.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
That shocked me. That was the easiest, the fastest thing we've done all night. So it takes us to city council orals, and tonight, Mr. Griffiths, you're up first.
Nothing tonight. Thank you all. Have a good night.
Councilmember Kalani?
Thank you, Mayor. I actually have a few things. First of all, I was absent from the council meeting on May 25th, 2021, and I would like to make a motion to reconsider item 9C, the resolution for the Torrance Transit System's participation in the Regional Fairless System Initiative Pilot Program. Mr. Sullivan, could you remind me of the process to do that? Because I'd like to bring it back before the council.
Yes, Patrick Sullivan, City Attorney. The motion to reconsider is a multi-step process. The first step is what you've just done, which is someone who is either in the majority or the prevailing side, or someone who is absent can ask for a reconsideration. The next step was staff would bring back an item next week just to consider whether or not to reconsider. If there was a favorable vote on that, then it would be brought back at the following council meeting, so the 22nd, to actually have a vote on the item at that point.
Thank you.
My question is on that item, is it date specific? Are we still within the dates that it needs to be?
Yes, the way it's written, it can be brought once the night of the item or within the next 2 meetings. In the past, before this was modified about 5-10 years ago, it had to be brought within 2 weeks.
No, my question is for the item itself. I thought we had a window of time.
I can turn to Transit Department. I believe Metro has taken some policy action, but we're not late from being able to weigh in, Councilwoman. I have Transit Director Turner clarify.
Transit Director, yes, the Metro Board has moved forward with that, but they're asking staff to come back with some information. We met as the ad hoc committee yesterday, and we too will be presenting a proposal, so it's still in play right now. We just need to make sure that we provide a resolution to say that Torrance could participate in the process, and that's what this is for.
So do we need a motion, or just concurrence is enough for this?
Just her motion raises it, and then the next week it'll be brought back for whether you want to reconsider it or not. And then the next week, if that vote passes, then it would actually be brought for the item actually reconsidered on the 22nd.
Congratulations, your oral was longer than item 9C.
Okay, thank you. I did just have two other things real quick. The other thing I wanted to talk about is maybe after June 15th, I would like to recommend that we move the COVID updates to either every other week or once a month. Everybody okay with that? Thank you. Thank you. And then finally, I just wanted to confirm, Mr. Shaparian, the other thing that I wanted to talk about was the TOCA funding. I just wanted to confirm that that is coming back on June 22nd to talk about the 2-year agreement between the city and TOCA.
That's correct, Council.
Pardon?
Yes, we do plan on bringing the item
Okay.
back on the 22nd with the request from TOCA for funding, which will give us an opportunity to answer any questions the council may have.
Okay, and then and just so that I understand correctly, we'll be able to reconsider or consider any funding at that time and
Yes, you
further
may.
discuss that.
Yes, you may.
Okay,
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you very much. That's all I had. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Matucci.
I have nothing tonight.
Councilmember Ashcroft.
Thank you, nothing.
Councilmember Chen.
I do have something. First of all, I want to thank the residents of Torrance and the city staff for your steadfastness throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. Since the emergency orders were given back in, I'd say, roughly middle of March 2020. As we approach June 15th, I too wait with anticipation that we will take a giant step toward living and operating close to pre-COVID-19 emergency orders. Do be patient as we wait for LA County Public Health orders for update with specific details that lies for us. Torrance is a city where we value the ability of residents and businesses to live, work, play, and educate in a safe and secure environment. Without public safety, nothing else really matters. The concern from residents of Torrance that those that are placed in position to protect and serve, to prosecute crimes have not enforced the laws in place to protect victims from criminals. Since entering into office as the Los Angeles County District Attorney, George Gascon has implemented a series of special directives, such as 20-06, 20-07, and 20-08, which are examples of actions to not prosecute certain crimes and not apply sentencing enhancements. With the concurrence of the council, I ask for staff to bring back a resolution to come before us for a vote of no confidence in Los Angeles County District Attorney George Gascon. I think I got five thumbs up. Thank you.
Anything else?
That's all, Mayor.
Well, as we continue to celebrate 100 years of our city's incorporation, if you haven't already, I suggest you check out the 100 Things to Experience in Torrance. Each week, we will release 10 new activities for you to explore. Weeks 1 through 3 are now available. Check out experiences ranging from dining to shopping and, of course, some of the city's famous landmarks. I believe it's this week, there's a building where there's a cannon on the roof, and also a knight in shining armor. I think I've passed that building hundreds of times, never saw it before, so there's a lot of stuff out there that we have not noted. So I suggest you visit torranceca.gov/100 Years Incorporation to find out more. Again, the FCC Emergency Broadband Benefit is still accepting applications to help families and households struggling to afford internet service during the COVID-19 pandemic. The FCC has developed a program that offers a monthly discount off the cost of broadband service from an approved provider. Eligible households can now apply for the Emergency Broadband Benefit To find out if you qualify and then how you can sign up, visit fcc.gov/broadband benefit. I remind you to be safe in your practices, but encourage you all to visit your favorite restaurants, shops, and businesses that have reopened. We are also offering a limited number of recreation classes for the summer season. Registration is now open, and you can explore and register for classes at torranceca.gov/class registration. If you're planning an event, don't forget to consider the Torrance Cultural Arts Center for meetings, weddings, and birthday celebration. I want to say it again, put your money where your heart is and give back to the people that support your community, our community. Help them recuperate and return to normal business operations. I want to also mention, I put it out last night, I believe, on social media, where in excess of 94% of our population over the age of 65 have been vaccinated, and I believe it's almost 74% overall have been vaccinated. So congratulations to the Torrance community, recognizing that protecting yourself, you're protecting your loved ones, you're protecting your city, you're protecting your neighbors. We really do appreciate that. That's one of the reasons why our rates of COVID have really plummeted, and hopefully they'll stay down there. For current information concerning COVID-19, follow the city on social media and visit torranceca.gov/COVID-19. For daily updates, tune into City Cable or torranceca.gov and watch live. COVID-19 Today, Monday through Thursday at 4 p.m. and Weekends in Torrance, which airs every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at 2 p.m. With that, I want to say good night to you, folks. We're going to take a recess now and go into executive session, but we will return and say sayonara to everybody. Okay, we are back from our executive session now. Mr. Chaparrian, is there anything to report?
There is nothing to report, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Then I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
I move that we adjourn tonight's city council meeting to Tuesday, June 15th, 2021 at 5:30 p.m. for closed session, with the regular meeting commencing at 7 o'clock p.m. My motion incorporates by reference the orders from the state of California and the county of Los Angeles that are listed under adjournment of the agenda. Members of the Torrance City Council and staff may participate in this meeting in person or via teleconference or other electric means pursuant to the Governor's Executive Order N-29-20. No physical location from which members of the public may observe the meeting and offer public comment will be provided. Information on how the public can watch and participate in the meeting is found on the agenda.
I second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Good night, everybody. We'll see you next week.
Those specific things, polyethylene glycol and polysorbate, you don't have to be worried about having a reaction to something that you're already allergic to. Now, having said that, there's a few things that I've learned over the last month, having seen all these patients with adverse reactions that I want to share with you. What you definitely see is very common headache, muscle pain, not feeling so good, just feel a little bit odd, and arm pain at the site. There's a few other things that can happen, some nausea, occasional diarrhea, all of which are generally expected